It looks a little windy today. We're getting some sporadic rain throughout the day, so that may play into the conditions. We're likely to see a fair amount of zone played by both teams and probably some horizontal stack to counteract that.
Everyone's prepared for rain, but it hasn't started yet. Cape is in light, Cumberland is in dark.
Hopefully they update that. I believe today that Cumberland will be coached by Mike Letting and Emily Callan, and it looks like Cape has Mike Callahan,
Jackie
Pierce,
and a new guy.
and maybe one more.
Both of these teams have historically been very good.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup.
I think both have at least one state championship under their belt.
Oh, definitely. When I was in high school, it was always the Cumberland high school matchup that always met in the end, so I wouldn't be surprised if these two met again in the finals. We'll find out. Seems like Portland's going to be a good team, maybe Falmouth. But who knows? It's been a couple of years since I've been in the circuit. It appears Cumberland will be receiving the pull. They look like they're on the downwind side of the field, so it'll probably be an upwind point to start for them.
Wouldn't be surprised if they look to just put it into the end zone and play zone.
Yeah, I talked to Mike before the game. Seems like their strat, which, on any other day might not be the best strategy, but at least for today, probably going to see a lot of huck and play offenses, so go for a quick score, especially on the upwind points, and then hopefully if they do turn it, they can get a quick turn in a short field and have a much better chance of scoring upwind.
We're probably going to be looking at some long points, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these games go to cap.
All right, pulls up. It's going to land in just over half field and maybe roll out of bounds, which means they'll probably take it on the sideline. Yeah.
Cape coming down in the zone, Ella Letting picking up the disc. Joined by Maddie Callan. Oh, it was out.
Oh, it landed out, yep. So they'll take it to the middle of the field. Generally, when you're going offense against a zone, which looks like maybe it's a 3-3-1, maybe it looks like
maybe
that.
Maybe a 2-4-1.
But generally, you want to keep the disc in the middle of the field. It gives you the most options side to side, which you can see Cumberland's doing a nice job of moving the disc side to side.
Keeping their movement quick. Nice around. We've got two Cumberland players stretching it, and they've split the Cape deep. There we go.
Yep, that's the huck and play we expected. Oh, nice D. Nice D by the deep on Cape. I believe that was Sonia for Cape.
Yeah.
You can hear Mike Letting on the sideline yelling person. It looks like they're going to be doing a person matchup, not electing to go zone on the turn.
A strong force flick. Oh, Callahan maybe. Nope. Go, Maddie.
Maddie Callan on the mark. She's going to be a player to watch this game. She's fast, as we saw her almost get the D on that point. As Cumberland gets a D, and this is the short field we talked about earlier. They were looking for a huck, looking to get a bunch of throws in the short field, and it paid off, hoping to score within 10 feet. And they do. That's an upwind braid. Oh, I guess it's a hold for Cumberland. That'll be 1-0.
That was Ella Letting to Maddie Callan. We'll probably see that a lot. Now we'll see what Cape's downwind offense strategy is. And we'll get a look at Cumberland's likely zone.
Yep, I did get a chance to talk to Emily and Mike before the game, and they said that they were probably looking to throw zone. I'm almost a little surprised to see Cape come out in zone. They said that they didn't have a ton of experience in practice running zone. They elected to run person more often, but I did see them practicing before the game in warm-ups, and it looked pretty good for their first point.
This is a time to be adaptable.
Yeah,
I think a lot of the tournaments this year have been good weather. And now, in the middle of June, they're getting struck with the bad weather.
I know. Hopefully, I mean, right now it's pretty nice conditions. It's not raining. It's probably 55 and light wind, so I'd take what they can get right now because it's probably only going to get worse.
I bet this is the first time in a while that States has been this bad. Do you remember any high school States where it was cold and rainy?
Nope, nope. All sun.
Yeah,
Set
it
New
was
Gloucester
usually like
weather.
too hot.
Ella Letting will be here on the pole. Nice pull, Ella. That looks like it landed in, so maybe this time they'll take it on the sideline, and they do.
Yep.
We are going to see that three-person cup from
This
Cumberland.
one looks like a trap zone. Cape
Yeah, we'll
seemed to be
see.
forcing middle.
Yep, Cape's doing the right thing. You want to move it side to side before the cup can set. It makes it a lot easier to move the disc. And additionally, the more you swing it, the more tired the cup gets. And that cup did get the D there.
We see Cumberland set up in a vert stack. Cut's unable to get open so far, but Maddie Callan can shake free.
Nice D, Sonia.
Cumberland setting their zone again. We see Ella Letting on the mark in the cup, forcing them to throw only backhands.
Yeah, I like that a lot. They're forcing towards the downwind sideline. If you can see any main ultimate flags in the distance, they are blowing towards that sideline. And again, it pays off with another quick D.
We see Mike Letting yelling ISO, not sure who they're calling for.
They're going to elect to throw to Maddie again. That's always a good option. She's got 2 scores, and the score is 2-0 Cumberland over Cape.
Maddie and Ella is a deadly combination in the handler set because they're both very fast and will just shake free upline whenever they need to.
Yeah, I would definitely expect to see a lot more of that today out of those two. I guess we're going to get to see the first downwind D point. We've had two, or I guess it'll be an upwind D point where the offense is driving downwind, but sometimes zones aren't as effective going downwind because over-the-top options are a little bit easier. The throwing is a little bit easier down the field because there's less wind to pop it up or down for the receiver. I suspect they probably will go zone again since they're up 2-0 by the success of their zone, but we'll find out.
That was the first break of the game by Cumberland, and I'm sure they'll be looking to continue that path.
Ella Letting will be here on the pole again.
Cape sounding like they're preparing for the zone offense. If they've never played a lot of zone, I wonder how much they've played against it.
Another nice pull by Ella. It looks like it will also stay in bounds.
Cumberland coming down in person and pulling a fast one on Cape right now. It's always good to switch up the strategies and never let your opponent get too comfortable.
Oh, nice D.
Little overthrow knocked down by Cumberland number 4. They're going deep now.
Yeah,
great bid.
that's the quick shot we were expecting to see. Again, it looks like Cumberland's going to continue looking for those quick opportunities to score upwind and hope for a D in the short field on the turn.
Olive on Cape with the disc.
It looks like, I mean, it's hard to say now, but it looks like Cumberland was forcing their cutters to go deep, which I really like going downwind. It's a really tough throw to throw, a deep throw going downwind, because it's unpredictable, and it's a high likelihood it's not going to get completed. I know Cape has some talented throwers, but it's just one adjustment that will work well for them in this person matchup defense.
Yeah. If they can take away the unders and make them throw deep, they have trust in their handlers to just work it down the field. Cape reset, setting up behind, ready to go up line if they need. And a quick Cape turnover. We've got 2 people on Cumberland going deep, 3 people on Cumberland going deep.
Yeah, that was a lot of deep cutters. Maybe too many, but you know, it works to their strategy. If they're going to try and shoot deep quick, it might be beneficial to have a couple extra receivers down there. Time will tell.
Yeah, it opened up the underspace. They were just unable to work it through the wind.
Nice D, Ella.
Quick handler D from Ella.
I wouldn't be surprised at a quick shot here. Yep.
Oh, number 12.
Oh,
wind took that one a little bit.
Dude, that was a close connect. I don't mind that shot as much. You know, some of them are, you know, a lot of times Cumberland might be looking for relatively low percentage shots, but it's just playing the field position on defense on the turn. That, I think, was a high likelihood shot. It had an opportunity. It didn't connect this time, but, you know, I would still like to see Ella shooting those on the future possessions.
Always. Shooters gotta shoot. Take the one-on-one.
Nice fakes. It's really moving the mark.
Oh, the wind just made that one pop right up over Gianna from Cape.
Yeah, Cape might have to switch to some small ball here. You know, both teams are doing a healthy amount of turns, which is expected in these conditions, but you know, that's kind of what Cumberland seems to want, is those farther throws that are popping up and down and less predictable.
Yeah, their handler movement is looking very strong if they just rely on that a little bit.
Nice defense, Ella. She was sagging the lane until the thrower looked for the reset.
Great
and that was her
handler
cue
defender.
That was her cue to tighten up.
Oh, she's got Maddie Callan again.
Oh, that looks like it might be down.
It was a great bid.
That was.
We'd love to see those two connect for the 3rd goal of the game. It looks like the mark is mostly flat, but probably shading a little bit forehand. Another D by Cumberland.
Yeah, I was saying they might be trying to force the deep ball, but, you know, it could be the other way around, too. There's no real poor strategy when you're trying to defend the downwind or any side in this conditions. Nice.
It's
That is,
Ella
you know
Maddie
who.
up line again.
Yep.
We'll see those two for a while. And they're only juniors, so they'll probably be doing this again next year.
That's just unfair.
Unstoppable trio. And it's 3-0 Cumberland.
Yeah, we'll see how Cape responds here. I'm not sure if Cumberland's going to try that person matchup again. They got plenty of turns. It was on the when the offense was going downwind, but you know, they've had success in person and zone as well, so it might just be a coin flip here. Mix it up like you said, make it hard for Cape to predict what they're going to throw, and if they catch them off guard, it might play into their hand.
Yeah, maybe they'll just keep switching at every point. Maybe they have another zone up their sleeve. Maybe it's not only the 3-3-1 trap. Would love to see a 2-4-1. I feel like that used to be more of a thing than it is now.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know, it's tough to say. With a 3-3-1, you get a tighter cup, like more bodies up front, close to the handler. it makes the throws through the cup more difficult. However, if you can get it through the cup, that extra body in the cup means there's fewer defenders in the backfield. So if they can get it past the cup, those cutters will have an easier time working it downfield. In the 2-4 one, you're sacrificing one body in the cup, and you have 4 defenders in the middle of the field, which makes it a little less easy to get past that front wall, and it might force more throws, which in these conditions might be the answer, but clearly they're having no problem with what they're doing, so I wouldn't change anything.
Pretty strong crosswind right now. I bet we'll see Ella's pull land on the far sideline.
You heard it here first, folks. Emily's predicting a far sideline pull. Nice pull,
She's
Ella.
able to fight the wind and landed in the middle.
Yeah, she made the adjustment. It's a good puller.
Yeah. Having a far pull like that is a big advantage because now if Cumberland can get a turn here, they're right in front of their end zone.
Nice grab. I think that's Olive, I believe, for Cape.
Great work coming in to crash the cup.
They are going to do that 3-3-1 again. Nice D.
Another D by Cumberland.
Ella's on the sideline. They're going to run Emily up quick. Oh, I'm sorry, Maddie. I like that a lot. What I was going to say is I hope Ella looks to swing it off the sideline quick. Anytime you're on the sideline, especially in windy conditions, your options are nearly cut in half. Good look. I don't know, as a general rule of thumb, if you're in the middle of the field, you're probably in the best spot possible as a handler. And I like that she looked for that option quick.
Yeah. Ella and Maddie look really strong handling together, both just looking to get it right back to the other one immediately. It seems like their shots into the end zone haven't quite been connecting with other players.
Nice.
Olive getting it off the sideline, all the way to Liv on the far side of the field. Oh, a nice inside flick. That was crafty. Olive striking, looking to move it quick. And jump back to the middle. It looks like that Nebda. The Cape players have some names on the backs of their jerseys, some nicknames. Oh,
skipping the
nice
reset.
Little over the top. Olive and Liv looking to just swing it all the way across the field, really tire out this Cumberland Cup.
Yeah, one thing I'm really liking, at least in the beginning of that point, they're taking a really nice score. That's Cape's first score.
At the front cone.
It'll
Olive
be 3-1.
I can't see that player's number.
That's all right. What I was saying is I really like that they move the disc quickly side to side. The key to that zone, we might have alluded to it earlier, is swinging the disc between the handlers before the cup sets on you. Once the cup sets on you, it's much harder to make that horizontal throw. So if you can throw it just as they're arriving to your spot, back to where the disc came from, it means that cup, as a set of 3, has to run shuttles back and forth horizontally on the field without ever playing any real defense. Towards the middle of that point, we saw a couple of those risky through the cup or full width swing throws. That's fine. That'll get the disc there sooner than if you hit the center field. But you know, that might be something to look for if they get a turn feature to hit that middle handler and take that extra second to swing it.
Yeah.
With 2 throws as opposed to 1.
Olive and Liv, both strong handlers who want to take that risk. And
Yeah,
there are
they're
sometimes
looking
in the
good.
wind where if you throw less throws, you might be more likely to score.
That is definitely true.
They still haven't updated the scoreboard, but it is 1-3 Cumberland up. Cape will probably be looking to get their upwind break here. We'll see what Cumberland does for offense to prevent that.
It is funny. The wind is changing all the time. At first, the wind was going right to left, you know, on Cape's back here. Seems to be swirling. Now it's kind of going just directly left to right towards that far sideline. makes it really tough as a thrower, you know, to get consistent during a game. You'll adapt your throws, make the corrections from one point to the next, just to find out that in the next point, the throw is going to have to be completely different due to the changing wind conditions.
You see the Olive with the disc telling her teammates to cut hard under. They're figuring out that Cumberland has been able to force them deep, but they're still trying to take the unders. Jackie Pierce referencing a high school girls clinic on June 10th where we will be teaching a lot of fundamentals.
Ella Letting's going to take it in the middle of the field. It looks like Cape's going to do that same 3-3-1. We got Olive playing short deep. She's probably one of the best chances we're going to find to get a D here in this zone. Ella's going to try and squeak it through the middle, and if Olive's in the right place at the right time, she's probably a good chance of getting a D.
Maddie looking for the crossfield shot.
Oh, good bid.
Great bid. Number 4 looked open, but I think the Cape deep might have been baiting that.
Yeah, Sonia's going to be a menace this game. She has clearly gotten some Ds, especially in that deep place. She's somebody to watch, and maybe somebody that Ella's got to keep an eye out on. You know, take a second to think about, you know, every time she has to throw a deep throw.
Cumberland looks like they've set a zone on a turn, but it might not have 3 people in the cup. It looks a little bit wider than their other cup, but maybe they're just expecting them to throw deep.
Yeah, you're right. This does kind of look like a 2-person zone, maybe. I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Great layout D by Ella.
We're going to see some of those from Ella today. She is a beast on the field. She's a volleyball player. She's used to making those dives on the court. She has no fear of the ground. It's probably a lot softer than a volleyball court. She's definitely an athlete to keep an eye on. Little bump there with Maddie. Nice
Maddie
through the
looking
cup.
really good at crashing the cup from the back. Always looking to move the disc. And Ella puts it right up.
That's all right.
We know she'll get that one right back.
Yeah, clearly Cumberland has depth. You know, we've talked a lot about Maddie and Ella. But we've seen a lot of distributors on their team getting it through the middle, quickly dishing it back. You know, maybe towards the end zone, we're going to find a couple more people work their way into that offensive set. Good swinging by Cape here. See how much harder it is once that cup has a chance to set and play D. It's a lot harder to swing it back into the middle of the field, as we saw her elect to take the
That mark is going to be super active. Ella in the end zone again, let's see. Oh,
nice
it's not
throw.
Maddie. That's Ella Letting to number 4 on Cumberland for the score. It's 4-1 Cumberland. This Cumberland team is looking super dominant. Every time they've turned it over, they've been able to get the quick D.
Hey, Emily. Have you ever wanted to visit Portland, Maine in the summer?
In fact, I have.
Well, on Saturday, July 8th, come join 119 other Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island, where a day of Ultimate awaits. Ultimate Time on Island Time is a 5v5 hat tournament where you'll find out what team you're on during the ferry ride out to the island. Don't like the players on your team? Do you jump in Casco Bay and swim back to the mainland? Or do you remind yourself that you're headed out to the island off the coast of Maine to play some really good Ultimate? There's a barbecue after the tournament, and if you're interested in staying overnight, there'll be camping available on some private island. Check out mainultimate.org for more information.
I think I'd swim if I didn't like my team, personally.
Did you ever do that?
I did. I played in it last year.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
a
get the
good
chance
time.
to, but everybody I've talked to had a blast doing it. I mean, how can you not enjoy good weather on an island? I mean, how many times do you get to play Ultimate on an island?
Not a lot of islands out there.
Not a lot of islands.
Last year there was a surprising amount of people that I didn't know. It definitely wasn't all Maine. I think a lot of people from the Seacoast area come up and play, which is really fun to mix the communities.
We're going to get an Ella letting pull here. Again, I would not be surprised to see a 3/4 plus field pull. We'll see if she continues to keep it in the middle of the field. Oh, Emily, you were 1 point off. It's going to the far sideline. But that has some serious distance. They'll probably take it to the brick mark in the middle of the field.
Yeah. Sometimes pulling it out of bounds isn't horrible because now the defense does have the chance to set.
Cape's going to take it probably 5 yards ahead of the cone. I'm not sure if they realize they can take it another 15 or so yards up, but I'm sure Cumberland won't complain.
Cumberland coming down in their zone. The cup looks super wide again. We've got Ella in the short deep instead. And a quick turn on the end zone. Let's see if they can punch this in.
Yeah, we'll see if Ella's going to get the quick shot here. You know, I'd love to see her, hit the front cone or look to swing it into the middle of the field. They're going to ISO Maddie again. I love seeing that help D from the middle of the field out of Cape.
Oh, somebody's poached. And Maddie to Ella.
Oh,
I spoke
close.
too soon.
That's the win.
That's a great bid by Ella.
Ella catches that 99 times out of 100. And on a day
Coach
like
Jackie
today,
seems to be heckling her for that.
Yeah, they're good friends. Jackie's a great coach. I was never coached by her, but I always wished I was.
I loved being coached by Jackie. Oh, almost a Callahan opportunity.
Cumberland's gonna get another chance here. We'll see if they can connect.
Oh, they seem to come Hostak in the end zone. Maybe. Oh, a
Nice
quick shot.
break throw.
Ella, a tall player, able to use her length and get low.
It is very hard to guard that. I mean, the mark did everything they could. It's hard to defend somebody that's, I don't know how tall she is. She's probably 5'9", I would assume, or more. That's a great play and a great throw.
And that'll make it. Did they already change? It's either 5-1 or 6-1, Cumberland. I don't know if they already changed the
I believe it is
scoreboard
5-1 Cumberland.
I think Ella has thrown all of the assists. Very strong thrower for this team. She'll probably lead the main YCC team in Colorado this year.
Yeah, it used to be in Minnesota, and it seems like USAU's made a new deal with the Colorado organization, and the YCC and the US Open will be held in Colorado this year, which should be fun. A lot of these YCC players have, been there, done that, played in Minnesota, and Colorado's beautiful, so they'll enjoy that a lot. And I'm sure a lot of players on both of these teams will be part of that team.
Yeah. Riptide always a strong team. We see Maddie Callan, Ella Letting on Cumberland, and Olive and Liv and Sonia on Cape. I played with them a couple years ago on the YCC team, and they're still going. So they've got a lot of years of experience under their belts by now. And it's fun that they get to play against each other in the spring and then together in the summer. Another pull by Ella Letting. Harder to get a lot of air under it on this side, but she was able to get it about 3/4 of the way down the field.
Yeah, Emily is a very good puller. I'm sorry, Emily. Oh my gosh. Ella is a very good puller. She's consistently made it 3/4 plus. On a day like today, going both directions on the field, that is very nice to have if you're on Cumberland.
Yeah. You can tell she's been practicing. Cumberland in their zone again with Maddie on the mark, Ella in the short deep. We've got number 4 deep. We've seen her as a receiver that they like, so I bet she's another great deep defender. Kate just looking to swing it the patient way.
Yeah, it's okay to lose yards on those swings. We just saw that. They dumped it back maybe 10 yards, and it freed up that thrower to get an easy around swing to the far sideline.
Oh, great bid for that one, but just out of reach for Sonia. Yeah, we see number 4 always looking to stretch it.
Nice undercut. Yeah, number 4 is one of those players we were talking about. You know, we've talked a lot about Maddie and Ella kind of running the show, but
cut and layout by Ella.
Nice catch, Ella. They're going to talk about whether that was in or not, but it is really cool to see, you know, I wish I knew their names, but a lot of the other Cumberland players getting touches and effective touches during this game.
If anyone listening wants to send us a Cumberland roster with all of their names and numbers, they will be live streamed in the next game, and then we can know who they are.
They're going to talk about it. There's 2 outcomes. They call it a turn. It looks like they're going to call it a goal. If they couldn't agree, they'd send it back and probably get another shot at scoring, but they're going to give that one to Ella. That'll make it 6-1 Cumberland over Cape.
Great grab by Ella. She's now been part of all of the points that Cumberland has scored.
I'm sure Mike Letting's pretty happy about that. Mike is one of the coaches for Cumberland and Ella's father, and first-person experience can attest that he is one of the most supportive, competitively intense, and he trains his daughter hard if he can, and I'm sure she is thankful for it now, but they run a good program in that family.
Mike Letting was my summer league captain when I was, I think, 12, and I think I got better at defense more in that year than I had in any other year because he pushed me so hard.
Mike Letting getting a lot of praise for a guy that doesn't play anymore.
I think they should put him out there in the next boys game.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll hear him on the sideline coaching. His son Jackson's going to be joining Cumberland boys team today, which is a huge pickup. They lost a couple of guys to track states scheduled the same day, but Jackson Letting is going to be a huge last-minute pickup for their team.
Yeah, the Letting siblings really leading these Cumberland squads. You'll love to see it. Small sidelines for both of these teams. We haven't seen them get super loud, but we'll love to see that. It's always more fun, but it's hard to do in the cold weather with a small group.
Oh, definitely. You see a lot of people with jackets draped over their shoulders, hands in pockets. You know,
blankets.
keeping your own spirit up is probably priority number 1. This is game 1 in a day of 4, so you know I don't blame anybody.
Yeah.
We'll see what Jackie Pierce has whipped up for Cape's O-line on this point.
She's always got something up her sleeve.
I know.
Oh, nice floaty pull by Ella.
Half expecting to see Person out of Cumberland, but we will see that 3-person cup again.
Yeah.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Nice catch D by number 19 on Cumberland.
Cape looked like they had a lot of good forward momentum right there. It was just a slightly out of reach throw, but speaking of slightly out of reach throws, that one was slightly thrown behind. Sonia's going to look for a quick ball. That's a nice shot. Tough drop, but you know, Cape's getting the looks, and they keep taking them. They will connect eventually.
Ella will pick up, looking like there's not a lot of options downfield. She's turning to Maddie. Oh, a nice hand block by Olive.
It looks like the rain is just beginning to start here, so we'll see how it affects the rest of this game.
Yeah, slippery disc. Oh.
Nice grab.
The Cape trio of Olive, Sonia, and Liv just swinging it around in the backfield. Oh, a nice find by Olive.
That is a really nice find.
Very pretty throw by Liv. Cape looking to probably punch it into the end zone soon. We hear Cumberland transitioning into Person. Ooh,
nice break forehand.
Saucy little inside.
Looks like Cape's going to continue Person here.
I just heard Mike Letting say, "Don't go deep yet," and I don't think we've ever heard that from him.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we're going to see, look at that. We see a strike from the handler space out of Maddie.
Going deep. Oh, is she going to get there? Oh, it was just out of reach, but landed in bounds. Oh, a foul call will send the disc back to Ella.
Maddie flexing her ability to throw upwind.
Let's see if they just still hit her. She had a lot of separation. It looked like she went deep from the handler space.
Yeah, she did. They threw a decoy undercut from the back of the stack, probably just to pull out any deep poach, and sent Maddie deep from the far side
Oh,
of
and
the
now
field.
Ella going deep.
They're alternating
And Maddie will hit her on a bigger out.
Nice
Great
grab,
by
Ella. Oh my goodness. To make that kind of catch, especially with a slippery disc, is incredibly impressive on its
Oh,
own.
and a great throw, but unable to rein it in.
Especially those unders where the disc is coming right at your face and you're
Yeah.
diving forward, that is a very technical and hard throw. That's a nice grab.
Here we see another Cumberland zone. We've got Ella in the deep space. I bet she's just hoping that they'll throw it. Quick turnover on a reset for Cape, and we'll see Olive marking up on Ella. This is an exciting matchup to watch from these teammates.
Yeah, it seems like Cape's really unlocked that offensive strategy. They were, swinging back and forth a lot, which usually is the play, but
Ella to Maddie once again.
hitting that wing around that cup has been, proven successful.
Yeah.
Now they, a couple of drops have haunted them in this first half, but hopefully going into the second half, they'll clean those up and we'll see a couple more points go on Cape's side of the board.
Yeah.
That'll be 7-1 Cumberland. Another great connection from Ella to Maddie.
Ella Letting really having herself a game. She's had some great layouts, incredible throws. She's been part of every point that they've scored. Is that halftime? It looks like that's halftime.
It looks like that's going to be half. Yep. 7-1 Cumberland.
Stay tuned. We might try to interview some players. I'm here with Ella Letting and Maddie Callan, two of these Cumberland stars. Are you guys the captains of your team?
Yes.
Yes, with two of our seniors.
All right, you guys have been having yourselves a game. I think most of the goals were Ella to Maddie or Maddie to Ella. What was your strategy going into this? Is this normal for you guys?
Yeah. We were a little bit surprised to be in every point, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, usually we've been trying to work on our trap zone a little bit, and we might try to throw in some straight up zone at some point. We've been working on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We usually have more people touching this. It's kind of windy today.
Yeah.
The conditions aren't great, so we've been throwing to each other a little bit more than we usually do.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's to catch my bad throws. But yeah, it's been. Yeah, the wind definitely makes it a little more difficult than we usually have it against Cape. And Cape's been getting a lot better over the season, and this is the best that we've seen them, I think. We played with them at PDI, and they got a lot better then.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Is it fun for you all to get to play against some of your teammates?
Yeah. I definitely enjoy it. It's like this team doesn't have quite as many of our teammates on it, but in some of our Portland and Falmouth games, it adds just like a little bit more of a level to the competition because you can like be competitive and have fun, but it's also like our friend.
That's awesome. Okay, you guys should go to your
All right.
team. Good luck.
Welcome back. We're starting the second half of this Cumberland Cape first round game. Cumberland's up 7-1 if you're just tuning in. It looks like the conditions have worsened a little bit. The rain started to come down. The wind is a little less sometimes, but a lot more in other times. So it's become a lot more gusty and less consistent. Real quick, the lobster pot. Maine Ultimate, in conjunction with the City of South Portland, Visit Portland, and the Maine Sports Commission, is looking to host the Lobster Pot, a 2-day college tournament the weekend of October 21st and 22nd at the Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine. It's a 2-day tournament full of really good ultimate, lined fields, tournament food, trainers, discounted hotels, multiple food trucks, a cool tourney central with a players lounge and games for you to play, merchandise tents, and live stream games. Check it out at mainultimate.org for more information.
Lobster pot's always fun. We've both gone for many years.
Yeah, it's a
with our
college
college
tournament.
teams.
It is one of the largest in New England year-round. A lot of the top players and teams in each division come. Lots, like the script said, lots of streamed games. So if you can't make it in person, definitely check out those live streams. It should be really fun. Historically, really good weather, and unsurprisingly, a couple of these players that are on the field today probably will play in that lobster pot as freshmen in the fall.
Yeah, Maine tends to send the YCC teams, and they've done pretty well. It's always fun to see them match up against some college players and get recruited.
Cumberland on the pole. Not Ella Letting this time, but still a good pull in the middle of the field.
We'll see if Cumberland ever comes out with their straight-up zone that Maddie talked about in the halftime interview. Oh, a quick turnover for Kate. Let's see if Cumberland can punish.
Oh, that was a great cut. Both teams are plagued right now with a couple of tough drops, but that's the conditions. We'll see if Cape can connect this point.
We'll see Cumberland with another turnover. See how they do in the end zone. Oh, a little miscommunication between thrower and cutter.
We've all been there. Miscommunication. But that's the play that Cumberland's been looking for. You know, quick turn, pick up, and shoot. They play defense on a short field if they don't connect. We'll see if it once again pays dividends.
They didn't have Ella on to pull it all the way down the field, but with their field position game, they've now gotten Cape into playing in the back of their own end zone. And now they've got a turnover in the end zone. Let's see if they can be patient and punch it in here. It looks like number 19 maybe picked it up in the end zone. Yeah.
They call it a travel. It looks like the pivot foot of the thrower was in the end zone on that assist.
Oh, and they
now
punch
they
it in
connected.
anyway. That should be 2 goals.
That's a prove-it goal. Cumberland goes up 8-1.
This Cumberland squad just looking like they have a lot of years of experience under their belt. All their players look like they really know where to cut at all times.
Yeah, a lot of depth. You know, Maddie and Ella aren't on the field right now. Clearly they have no problem having other players step up into those roles and, you know, filling those shoes well.
It'll be interesting to see how Ella and Maddie do playing every point against some of the better teams and just all day long. That can be exhausting, but both of them are just absolute workhorses, so they'll probably power through.
Yeah, that will be a good test. You know, a lot of teams, I'm not saying Cumberland does that. Clearly we've seen that's not the case, but a lot of teams that rely on, you know, 1 or 2 players often get shut down by teams with a lot of depth. You know, if those 2 players can get locked up on D, then the rest of the team is not practiced enough to take the reins. But clearly Cumberland's shown that, you know, their roster's deep and anybody's capable of handling the disc and taking care of it when they need it.
Yeah, they can play Ella and Maddie ball if they want to, but they don't have to.
You know, Cape's looking really good. They also have a lot of depth. You know, we're seeing players, multiple players, you know, be forced into the handler space going against that zone. I'm not, you know, seeing anything that's really working against them systematically. Drops are going to happen, and right now they're, you know, not working in Cape's favor, but I'd love to see, you know, what happens if they can get those discs to stick, and maybe we'll see a couple more goals go in Cape's favor here.
Seeing a lot of the good old cold hand syndrome on the field. Sometimes if your hands aren't working properly, it's really hard to catch the disc. Cape looking really good about swinging it on zone offense. Clearly they've been taught some fundamentals. See where this letting pull ends up.
Nice pull, Ella.
Oh, and that's going to bounce a little, make it a little fun one to catch.
I really like and respect the catch on the pole. You know, these conditions, especially the gusts, you saw it bouncing there, makes it really difficult to catch that pole. But if you can catch it, you get a free 10 or 15 yards, and they did off that first throw that you wouldn't otherwise have in the time you lose to pick it up off the ground. And a lot of times the cup is set by then, which is not what Cape wants right now.
Yeah. Looks like Cumberland transferred into person. Oh, close.
That's some great disc movement by Cape.
Cape right on the end line. And the Cape goal, it was A money to Pips. Number 101 to number 7.
I don't know what they talked about in the halftime huddle, but clearly it worked. That was,
Yeah, that zone got shredded.
The first point we've seen out of Cape in a little bit, but it looked very intentional. Quick disc movement, short throws. That's what's going to get them back in the game.
Yeah.
I'd love to see what they if they continue to do that in these next couple points.
That'll make it 8-2 Cumberland. Their coach just described that zone offense as silky, and I would say that's a good description of it.
Yeah.
Every throw looked easy. They didn't try anything funky. They just worked it right up. Cumberland on one of their first O points in a while. We'll see what they whip out, if they have a fun pull play or if they'll expect zone offense. We'll see Liv with the pull from Cape.
Mike from the sideline saying, make sure you have a person and a zone offense ready. We don't know what to see out of Cape. We've seen a lot of person, so I wouldn't be surprised to see person, but Mike wants to make sure they're ready in case they run zone, and they have a third handler ready to help swing it horizontally.
Yeah, Cape, this is only their third opportunity to pull, so they haven't really gotten the chance to set a zone on D, so maybe they will. A nice pull by Liv. Cumberland will take it about a little over half field.
They will go person. Ella's going to rip it right off the bat, and that's looking real nice.
Oh!
It's a tough drop, but that is a great throw by Ella. It was there, great cut. You can't be unhappy, with that play.
Cumberland probably hoping to get the turn down here. They come down in the zone with Ella on the mark. Number 4 again we see is our deep. And a quick turn. See how the Cumberland end zone is. Oh, another end zone drop. I heard an oh my god from Mike Letting. So, wind is picking up a little. Our tent is getting restless. Cape doing a great job of looking to swing it. The wind is just quite aggressive, and it's going to be really hard to swing it towards the forehand side.
Nice swat.
Great D by number 9 on Cape. Oh, a quick hand block.
That might be the cold hands right there. That is a...
I bet that one hurt.
Yep.
Oh,
the score is 8-2
Cumberland,
but it really doesn't do this game justice. Cape's had plenty of opportunities. Both teams have had lots of opportunities. I haven't seen these two teams play recently, but I would say this matchup is a lot tighter than the score is suggesting right now, at least from what we've seen so far.
Every point has been so long, and there's been incredible plays on both sides. Oh, and
Maddie gets
cutting
loose on an
strike.
up line.
Oh, and she will run that down.
Nice grab, Maddie.
Maddie, a cross-country star, I believe, laughing with her teammate Sonia. And that'll make it 9-2 Cumberland. This Cumberland squad demanding to stay on together one more point. They said they're trying something. I wonder if it'll be the straight-up zone that they talked about.
I suspect it will be. You know, they're up plenty. They have some experimental points in the tank. Emily Callan's going to be out there giving some instruction. I'm sure she's
Strategic mastermind.
for sure. She's got something that she's trying to whip up. We'll see exactly what it is, but
This late in the season, it can be fun to just kind of start experimenting with the things that you never did at practice.
well, you know, they still have 2 or 3 more games left in the day. I'm not sure exactly what it is. If they prove successful with this zone, and you know, it could be a tool they get to employ later in the day against teams that might give them a closer matchup.
You never know what might work.
Maddie's hands are very cold right now.
Now she's dying of heat stroke. You gotta fake it till you make it. Everybody looks like they are cold, but they don't have pants on. So I'm a little confused about that. I feel like if they wore pants, they'd probably be warmer. We've all been in high school, though.
I definitely wore shorts almost every day of high school. I will not lie.
Seeing a lot of people on the boys' fields with tank tops on.
Sonia's going to pick up. They're going to go with immediate loss for yards, but that's in an effort just to get it in the middle of the field. Switch the field, get the defense moving.
Oh, somebody on Cumberland pointing for Ella to throw it. You know she wanted to, but she holstered and tried a little inside to Maddie. That didn't work. It looks like it is the straight-up zone. We'll see. Letting on the mark with... Oh,
Nice
great D by
D.
number 20 on Cumberland. And 20 is pointing for Ella to throw it.
Yeah, that's some great field awareness by that defender. You know, when you're in that position, you have to make a split-second decision, you know, whether to run after the swing pass, in which case you leave that person you're defending downfield wide open, you know, or to stay and let the swing pass go, which might result in them scoring a point. And that was a great decision by that defender on Cumberland.
Oh, Cape starting to generate some movement down the sideline. Oh, and a quick swing turnover.
Maddie's going deep, but the wind is picking up big time, and that throw definitely proved that. Yep. You know, Ella's a great thrower. She makes that a lot, but this wind is going to prove very difficult for a lot of these throws that they normally can rely on connecting.
Oh, and a quick turn for Cape. Let's see if Cumberland can punch in a quick one on their end zone.
I think that sag zone is going to work well for them if they continue to do it. You know, at least in the conditions right now, especially with the amount of drops in the game, you know, they don't have to worry too much about stopping the horizontal movement. You know, right now the name of the game is force as many touches as possible.
Yeah.
Just to get, a drop, the highest chance of a drop, and it's worked well for them this point.
It looks like their straight-up zone really forces... Oh, is it a Callahan? Callan with a Callahan. First point that Ella Lenning didn't catch her throw, I think. Because nobody threw it to her.
That one's got to feel good. Jackie Pierce, coach of Cape, giving Maddie some praise over that Callahan.
Jackie also coaches the main Riptide.
That'll be 9-2 Cumberland.
Well.
Emily.
Yeah?
Did you know that Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunate Mueller?
What?
Yeah, Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. We think good vibes matter in today's crazy world, and that's why Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. So please be in touch to learn how we can help you save money and reduce your carbon footprint.
I love solar power.
Yeah, it's great. Revision's been a huge supporter. They've, in tournaments past, they've brought their solar truck for people to charge phones on, and it's been great. At a field with no power on an all-day or even two-day tournament, to power so many people's phones and do it in a green way, that was cool. They've been very supportive, and we're thankful for their support.
Oh, we'll see Maddie with the pull for Cumberland. Nice pull. We haven't seen anyone be able to get quite as much air under their pull as Ella has.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie showed that she is very capable of pulling it. I think she did want a little bit more air under that pull, but to make it, well over halfway,
Yeah.
only 4 feet of air,
In this wind,
that's a pretty strong
impressive.
throw. Yeah.
Oh, a nice floaty swing for Kate. Oh. Olive just can't get her hands on that little blade. We've got Maddie picking up. Number 17 setting up for the reset, I think. Cumberland seems to be running an ISO with one person in the end zone, maybe two.
Nice grab. Nice grab again. Cumberland getting some very nice hands right now.
They've got, looks like 3 handlers back. Number 17 clearing up. Oh,
Nice
and Maddie
throw
with the
by
point and
Maddie.
shoot. Oh, and number 8 just can't quite rein that one in. We hear Cumberland coaches yelling for them to set up the zone. This looks like it's where they're back to the trap zone with the backhand force. They're really pressuring that swing though. Number 8 is forcing Cape to skip the third handler.
Yeah, we'll see if Cape can hit those wings.
Whoa.
Nice grab.
That was a fun little push pass.
Cape's
to
found
see
its success
creativity.
by swinging it all the way to the sideline and shooting around that point in the cup to the close side wing.
Make the cup run.
Exactly, yep.
There aren't that many teams here, and they don't know if they'll have to see Cumberland later in the day. So if they're tired, even better.
Maddie gonna elect to shoot again.
It's a great look. It's a tough upwind throw to throw in that direction. Wind and picking up, and it's getting quite freezing. Crazy weather here in June.
Mike Letting making some good comments to the on-field defense. He's saying you can pinch in the cup and on the short deep because they're not throwing up and over, and he's exactly right. In this wind, any over-the-top throw, hammer, scuba, high release, that's going to get caught up in the wind, and we've seen that from some of our most talented throwers on the field. Maddie, Ella, they've taken a lot of these deep shots in the second half as we see another one go up, and the wind just gets caught underneath them, and they're good looks. They're just very technical, and those technical, low percentage throws are what Cumberland's defense wants to force out of Cape right now.
We see Olive marshalling her offense, telling her handlers where to go. Oh, she looks for the quick give and go, but it was just a little bit behind. That's a great look, though, to just always keep the disc moving. Cumberland with their ISO, with everybody except for one person just behind the disc. I like that look.
Yeah, I thought there might have been a stoppage there, but Cumberland's offense, I'm not sure if that was scripted or not. They kept 4 or so, players in the backfield, leaving only 1 or 2 players cutting in the entire end zone, which really maximized the space and gave them that score right there. And that'll be 11 to Cumberland against 2 for Cape.
Cumberland coach Emily Callan firing up her team to watch the disc into their hands and attack it with every time. they've had a lot of great looks that just they couldn't quite catch. We'll see if they can rein that in a little bit. It's really tough to catch in this wind and rain, though, especially when the wind is making it pop up.
Yeah, if you're Cumberland here, you still got to stay focused. You got those 2 or 3 games left. You're up 11-2. It might be easy to let off the gas or, play a little bit looser, but if they want to go the full length of the day and be competitive, it's really important that they still work on their, getting better and keeping their focus for the rest of this half.
Yeah, got to keep the foot on the gas. I hope they're getting in some of their younger underclassmen. You're getting this great experience at states on a showcase field as maybe freshmen or sophomores.
Absolutely. I think they will be doing that. I hope they are because they have such a bright future. Clearly, a lot of depth and, getting everybody touches that'll, run. They'll all be running for the rest of the day. So we've got to keep everybody warm, especially in this wind and rain, too.
Yeah.
Maddie elects to throw the down the line, deep throw. It gets caught up by the defender. Nice D by Cape.
That was number 8. Cape with some fun homemade jerseys. Love to see the creativity.
We just saw that same wing hit from the handler space from Cape. That is, right now, their only success in beating this zone offense. They're doing really well moving the disc, between the handlers. But as far as attacking downfield, that's what they need to keep trying to do.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a jump ball, and Liv will come down with it for the Cape D.
Quickly firing back.
It's a great D by Cumberland to get it back. Cape may be starting to play the field position game a little bit too after a lot of turnovers in front of the Cumberland end zone.
Yeah, I think they need to do that. They tried to take the very regimented,
catch blocked by Maddie.
Strategic, slow ultimate, which is good. That is very fundamental. That's what's going to win them the game. Cumberland, maybe a little bit of a looser strategy, less solid, but in these conditions, it's worked for them. The quick shots. And, Cape's got to start shooting at this point of the game, and I think it might end up working for them.
Yeah.
They have a lot of great throwers, a lot of big receivers.
This is a classic battle, and sometimes in this weather, you gotta just play ugly ultimate. Boring isn't always gonna work. You see Maddie getting open for a quick reset. Oh, and shooting it to...
Nice D.
Purple headband, but...
That's a really hard
number
D.
8 with another D for Cape. It's a very athletic player who's able to get in front of that one. These Cumberland throws deep seem to just be hanging a little bit, and the Cape players who previously were getting beat deep are able to catch up and get the D.
Cape's going to continue to work on their zone offense. I almost, think that sending Olive or Sonia downfield might be, an answer.
Yeah, make them generate some movement.
Yep.
Threaten deep. Cumberland players all wrapped in blankets on the sidelines. It's getting cold out here in June.
Maddie's going to shoot again.
Oh, it was almost a soccer goal.
It was.
Not sure how long these rounds are, but I think it must be getting kind of close to cap. It's 11:08, so it's been an hour and 8 minutes.
I would assume so, and this has already been a long point as well. You can see Cape taking the time to collect themselves as they tap the disc in against this zone.
Oh, we see more forced backhand. They're forcing Cape to, oh no, it's the straight up zone. Oh, and it forces a turn on the end line. Let's see if they can put this one in. So we hear the ISO call, and it looks like everybody else moves to the side, so the little end zone side stack.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, this is a fun look. I haven't really seen much of this. She's got a lot of resets if she needs.
I like that a lot, and what I really like is that Sonia is not playing tight to her defender.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to ISO 1 or 2 players, and if your player is one that's just going to stand on the side, get yourself involved in that defensive play, and I think Sonia played a big part in getting that stop there. Maddie was trying to look at that you know, 5-foot throw straight ahead, and it wasn't there because Sonia was in that space.
It's always good to let them take the super dump and not the end zone.
Nice reel in. Oh, I say that.
Cumberland seemed to be thriving off of that small momentum, but just couldn't rain all the throws in.
This is a win for the zone. You know, a zone's purpose is to force a lot of throws and make the point go for a long time. It's doing its job. It's getting turns. It is taking a long time, but that just shows that it's being effective.
Wild
Cape
start.
looks like they're putting a lot of pressure on Cumberland's offense right now.
Oh, Cape getting it near their end zone. We haven't seen this a lot yet. Let's see what their end zone set is. They were running a drill before.
Cape with another
Cape.
score.
3-11, Cumberland up. CU staying positive, even getting scored on. Always love to see that. Pretty easy to do when you're up 11-3, but you never want to get complacent.
Cape's calling for a wholesale, I believe. We'll see if these fresh legs can get them another score before the end of this game. They've played, you know, better this half than I think they did in the first. I'm sure they talked about some things, talked about offensive disc movement against Cumberland's first half success with the zone. Cumberland squad calling for some direction from Coach Emily. Maybe some radiant heat from her, but
Hopefully she's passing out some hand warmers.
yeah, there are a lot of cold players on that line right now.
And it looks like Olive on Cape will be pulling. Let's see how she can do here. I wonder if Cape will come down in their person or zone look. We know they love their person deep.
I suspect they'll be person again. That's my guess.
Yeah.
You know, last point, Cumberland, you know, I guess they ended up scoring, but on that last defensive drive for Cape, that person defense looked very tight and pressuring to Cumberland. We'll see if they can ride that defensive momentum into this point.
Yeah, Cape, smart to rely on the systems that they already had. We heard that they hadn't run a lot of zone, and it's good to not run a bad zone is much worse than just good old person. Oh,
Emily's
the
gonna
pull is
catch this
coming
pull.
for us. Ah! Ella Letting picking up the pull at the end zone right in front. She's going to center it. This looks like maybe a horizontal stack and a zone from Cape. Unexpected. Sometimes zone near the end zone can be fun because the other team doesn't really know what to do. There's no space for them. Oh, I see a Cumberland player pointing straight up, and Ella's going to throw it. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
What vision. That was an incredible throw and grab.
That is a great throw and a lot of trust in your receiver.
We love one-throw offense.
Ella put that up over the deep's head, arguably in a space that shouldn't have been occupied. And she trusted number 4, who's been an excellent receiver this game. And that's just knowing your teammates.
Yeah, it's all trust.
The throw was right where it needed to be for that play. Ella continues to make an impact in this game, with only a couple minutes left to go in the round.
Yeah, she's a big player I bet we'll keep seeing in whatever she does after high school. And that will be 12-3 with Cumberland up. Oh, it's game to 13, so this is game point for Cumberland. I think, yeah, because they took half at 7.
Yep. I suspect that Cumberland wants to win this point.
Yeah.
They are probably playing this point as if it's universe. They want to get their clothes on, get the blankets around them, and I don't blame them because they got a long day and they need that warmth. On the bright side, it has stopped raining for the time being. I'm sure it'll pick up in, very shortly, but if I were both of these teams, I would be thankful to not be playing in both the cold and the rain right now.
The less elements going on, the better.
I would imagine we're going to probably see that sag flat zone again.
Yeah, that was very effective in forcing Cape to really swing it, and Cumberland was able to get a lot of short field turnovers. Not letting Cape play the field position game can be a huge advantage. Everybody here looks like they're absolutely freezing, but this is Maine. We're used to it. Cape will have about half the field to work it up. Cumberland probably looking to stifle.
This is a bad break for
Looks like
Cape. It looks like the wind
maybe
is...
a 1-3-3 with Ella as the 1. Oh, and Olive will sky for the grab there. I think this is a 1-3-3. Ella is chasing and doesn't seem to have much of a cup around her.
Yeah, I really like this look for Cumberland.
Yeah.
And I think, some other teams can, if they, can also struggle, might, steal this set from Cumberland. In days like today, forcing as many throws as possible is going to be the key to, getting possession and ultimately scoring.
Exactly. Cape has proven a couple times, though, that they can complete a lot of throws and work it up quickly. Olive really marshalling this Cape O-line. Oh, and that's a great find. Oh, and just can't connect. Ella will pick up, and we've got our deep cutter number 4 going deep. Oh, and a great D from a Cape player who didn't seem to know that they were getting the D.
Yeah, that Cape player gets it back. That's got to feel good. Good
Ella
swing.
with the tight mark, making sure nobody wants to throw it upfield against her mark. Oh, and it's just over. Oh, and Olive reins that one in. Great read. Finds Molly in the middle.
Coach Emily Callan's calling for that second wave of 3 players to get a little tighter to start shutting down those short 5-yard throws.
Yeah. Now Cumberland seems to be going into person. Oh, and it's just knocked out of their hands in the end zone.
Coach
I'd love
Emily
to see Cape get one more point here.
Yeah, I would too. Yep. And they're getting the looks. They were walking it up well in that possession. If they can get a quick short field turn here, I think they get it.
Cumberland seems to be maybe practicing a horizontal stack here. Or maybe a miscommunication. Oh, a great long upline. And oh, a great bid by Ella Letting. Tried to toe the line, was just too far.
If that line's not there, she gets that disc. That was still an incredible almost grab.
Oh, maybe a
call on the sideline.
Turn on the throw? Or a debate on where it went out. Jackie trying to holster her comments on the sideline.
Looks like it will be a turn. Cumberland's going to lock out of the zone into person defense. Nice
Oh,
grab.
Oh,
Oh, number
clap catch
4.
D for Cumberland. Number 4 has been having herself a game. It's 28. Gonna throw a strike to Ella, who hugs the disc. A nice long up line. That's always a fun look.
That
Nice
is a
D
hard
by
throw.
Molly from Cape. One of the smarter players on this field to wear pants. Ella with a straight up mark on Olive. Those teammates probably get very competitive with each other.
Nice hit.
Oh,
That's a
unmarked
tough drop,
player
but
of, I can't see her name.
it's a tough drop, but that is exactly what they need to do. They're getting all the right looks. It's just, you know, getting things to go their way at this point.
Yeah. Cumberland looking very stagnant. Not sure if there was like a miscommunication or what's going on, but they get a throw off to number 12, who is going to look for number 20. Oh, and now looking a sky ball for Ella. We know she'll get that. Great layout. Nice
Great
under
hit.
to 4 again. We know Ella wants to go up line. This is some great movement from Cumberland, really looking polished. Oh, a little bobble.
Ella's hands are doing work right now.
Oh, and Cumberland wins the game with a crossfield shot.
Ella knows that didn't go quite as planned, but she'll take it. She's a little bit in shock. That is a great throw and an incredibly good catch.
Final score of this game is 13-3 with Cumberland taking the win. Stay tuned for more games throughout the day.
Yep.
Any rules?
Welcome back to boys high school states. We've got South Portland and Falmouth matching up here in round 2. My name is Cole Moore, and I'm joined by Matisse Mosier.
I'm a Falmouth High School alumni 2 years ago. I'm also was a teammate of Cole's up at UMaine. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks like the weather has only gotten worse since the first round. It was off and on rain, gusty, but we have a steady downpour in store for this second round game, and it doesn't look like it's going to let up.
No, it definitely is not.
This should be a good matchup. Both Falmouth and South Portland have been good programs these last couple of years. I would suspect we'll see a pretty close game. Probably a lot of zone getting played this game due to the conditions. We should expect a fair amount of drops and probably some small ball on offense just to limit the amount of turns each team has.
I'm hoping to see some wet grass layouts out here. I think those are always the best.
That would be fun. Falmouth is going to be starting on offense. They look ready to get wet and muddy, so hopefully they provide for you today, Matisse.
I hope so.
Falmouth will pick up and immediately center the disc and immediately overthrow the swing pass. South Portland will get an early chance at a break. Nice defense on the reset. And there's that first drop we were talking about. We'll see a lot of those this game. That's nothing unexpected, but
Looking like a double team right there.
double team was called. This is a great trap zone. This is exactly what we were talking about. We expected to see the zone, and it resulted in a turn for South Portland. Another drop by South Portland. Immediately looking.
Oh, almost. I believe who threw that was senior Mikey or Michael Gay. He was on the team back when I played.
That's a great bid. We kind of saw that last game in the first round women's matchup. Cumberland was looking to huck and play defense in a short field, and it worked out for them. It looks like Falmouth is going to be taking that approach in this first point.
Hammer went a bit astray there.
Yeah, hammers, over-the-top throws, and forehands are all going to be really difficult throws in these conditions. That's a great break throw, especially in this wind and rain. South Portland's shooting.
There we go.
That's going to connect.
Oh,
And South Portland will take the first
Well
break of the
played.
game.
well played. Falmouth's looking a little tired out there. Got not too many subs on this rainy day.
Falmouth did a really good job in that first point. You know, a couple of unfortunate drops. South Portland had their fair share as well. The key is going to be how well they can break South Portland's zone defense. They came immediately with a trap on the sideline. They're going to try to force the disc to the sideline and force tight window throws down the sideline or take desperation throws over the top. Both of those are going to be low percentage in these conditions. It worked for them that first point. I suspect it'll continue to unless Falmouth comes up with an answer in this next couple of points. Falmouth is also coached by Matt Edmonds, an alumni probably 8 or so years ago. I don't think you ever played with him, did you?
No, I did not.
He currently coaches the boys side YCC programs here in Maine. Certainly a good coach. Great addition to to Falmouth's program. We'll see what instruction he has for his team this point. Luke Tierney-Trevor is going to be on the pull for South Portland.
You're right, they're coming out zone.
I think they're going to continue to until it doesn't work, and even then I suspect it'll continue to work for a little bit.
Got a call on the field. Not really sure what it is. Oh, out of bounds, I believe. Nice swing.
We'll see. I'd like to see Falmouth try to keep the disc in the center of the field as much as possible. It looks like South Portland is forcing middle, so whoever the closest mark in that three-person cup is will take the stall, but it does get them the turn. Luke's going to pick up. He's definitely going to be their main guy behind the disc whenever they're on offense.
Nice throw. Oh.
That will not be called a strip. I thought it might be, but Falmouth will take over on offense again.
Another big swing.
It looks like Falmouth could use one more handler back on offense. It looked like they had two or maybe three with that third person getting pinched up higher on the field, but the key to Falmouth beating the zone is going to be swinging the disc early before that cup gets to set on the thrower. And once they do get it to a sideline, they'll only have a second or two to work that disc up the field.
That's a great D, a great read by the defense.
That is, they had a fast break opportunity. It doesn't look like the thrower was going to take it, but nice swinging. See if they don't get it. We'd love to see him hit it back to the middle. Nice.
One more.
Yep. They kind of needed to hit it. You know, if they're going
Earlier.
to hit it, keep that cup running, get them tired. They'll only have a more open window to throw to the next cutter.
Oh!
That's a great
I
bid.
believe that's Henry. He's also a senior. That was a great layout. That's exactly what I was looking for.
They did hit the over the top. That's a very technical throw and catch in these conditions. Glad to see it worked. Let's keep it swinging. Yeah, once that cup, gets stagnant, it is almost impossible to throw through it. South Portland switched to a very tight trap right now, and it works for them.
Looks like
Luke is going to send a 50-50 ball deep, and it'll just drift out of bounds. Falmouth to take over on offense. South Portland's going to trap again. They have the middle of that cup marking so that it frees up those 2 points to cut off the up line and reset. And once again, it results in a turn. Luke's going to send another one, and this time it'll work. That's 2-0, South Portland over Falmouth. Vacation Land will be coming up. It's a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate with the assistance of Visit Portland, the Maine Sports Commission, and the City of South Portland. The tournament will take place the weekend of August 5th and 6th at the Wainwright Complex in South Portland, Maine. We're going to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed, and we'd love to see you there. Why Vacation Land? Well, that's why we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on lined fields with easy access to trainers, golf carts, and take your next game in amazing Tourney Central, food trucks galore, porta potties at every field, and clean before Saturday and Sunday play. A pretty cool trophy for the winners, native water at every field, and whatever else we can come up with. Check it out at mainultimate.org for more information. Falmouth is going to have its third opportunity here to start on offense. They've yet to start on defense. Hopefully they can come up with something to answer for this South Portland zone and get them their first hold of the game.
South Portland zone's looking really good. They're transitioning well into those traps, which I think is a weakness for a lot of teams. However, they're doing it very well, and it's working.
Yes, especially in rain, but with the wind, making those far over the top or far swing throws are going to be next to impossible.
And it's looking like Falmouth has dropped the third handler back officially.
That's good. Swing it wide. Yep, we want to swing that
There's
early.
that trap. Big swing. Oh, there's the slippery disc.
Yeah, it's the right idea. It's a risk you take swinging at full width. You know, slightly high. You know, it's a good look. These conditions aren't going to help any. It looks like Falmouth is going to run a trap of their own here. Either that, no, it looks like they were just sagging that one handler for the first possession.
Oh, what a D.
Great D. Falmouth will get another opportunity. They're going to try and start it before that zone gets a chance to set. They don't quite get it off in time. That was some quick ball movement by South Portland, and they like to call a timeout after that window closes.
I think that's what they like to call a veteran call.
Yeah, it's a smart play. You know, if you started on defense, which they did, you know, it gives them a chance to organize themselves. They don't get the first look and just, you know, you're so close to the end zone, you might as well set something up and do it right the first time. I'd imagine we'll probably see some sort of vert stack, just allowing for that close side of the end zone to be opened up and isolated for just one or two players to make a move. If you're Falmouth defending this, you know, we'd probably like to see a couple of those defenders in that stack, you know, sag off and try to help out in this open upline strike space as much as possible. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I like this a lot. South Portland's going to go with this angled vert stack. It allows each cutter in the stack to be a threat once the person in front of them cuts. You know, it gives the cutter options upline or reset. And they're running a zipper. I love that.
Well defended as well.
It was well defended.
Wow,
That's a good
what
hit.
a nice upline cut.
That was a good hit. You got to give credit to Falmouth for stopping that initial play. You know, that is such a tricky play to stop. You know, you're unsuspecting, you're man-on-man matchup, so you don't know exactly, you know, where your person's going, and they stopped that initial drive. So that was definitely a win for that red zone defense.
It's going to make it 3-0 for South Portland.
Yeah, you got to wonder if it's not raining, 55 and windy, you know, Falmouth is going to be toe-to-toe with these guys at this point in the game. I think they probably would be. It seems like earlier in the game they were taking some deep shots, taking some hammer looks, some scuba looks, you know, all of which may, you know, have had a higher chance of connecting.
It's one of those days where starting on offense is almost a disadvantage.
You're not wrong about that, especially if you never make it past half. Yep. That's a nice pull. Looks like it's coasting out of bounds.
Oh,
It
it'll
stays
sneak
in
in.
bounds.
And it looks like South Portland is going to go man.
It'll work well for them. They get a run through under D.
Foul called. Foul called on the throw.
Yeah, Luke is a very strong thrower. He's kind of mastered the art of throwing through contact. This is a non-contact sport where you're not allowed to, and you're discouraged from making contact. However, there is kind of like a balance you can strike as a thrower. If you can step through your mark and initiate a little bit of contact on each throw, you almost have a safety net if the throw doesn't work out. They try to sneak a quick one in the end zone, and it slipped out of the hands of the receiver.
All right, let's see how Falmouth's offense does against this man.
That was a good look. It just popped up,
Right.
It's a good, nicely timed under, but just a throw trailing out of bounds. I'd love to see Falmouth try and move it off the sideline quick here.
Especially with the forcing them to go the other way.
Nice hit. Open under. South Portland's doing a lot of good things defensively in the stack. That defender got beat under, and the disc that just slipped right out of the thrower's hand. But South Portland was forcing all those cutters deep, not allowing for them to come under, which makes the thrower choose to either not throw it or throw up a low percentage deep ball. And in this case, just trying to throw a little bit too hard, it slipped out of Falmouth's hands. Nice D. Yeah, again, if I'm South Portland here on defense, I'm forcing everybody deep, throwing a deep shot, or forcing a deep shot to have to go right down the sideline. And you see a couple of defenders poaching the stack there, trying to make a play on that handler strike cut. They're just applying really good pressure right now. And swinging it is going to be the answer to alleviating some of that pressure. Almost a nice grab, but that disc is just too slick to haul in.
Seems like that slipped out of the thrower's hand as well.
Ooh, a little bit of contact there. I wouldn't be surprised to see a foul called here. Looks like it'll be an uncontested foul, and I guess they're going to take it at the front of the end zone. Luke's going to try to get the disc back in his hands. They want the disc in his hands.
It's a beautiful swing.
It is, yeah.
Center the disc.
Exactly.
And look at that throw right back. And a nice layout for the point.
That'll be 4-0 South Portland. Matt Edmonds making a statement here in a sweatshirt, sweatpants, and from what I think are loafers. Quite a power move, such a powerful coach. He is doing his best to see if he can get Falmouth to get back in this game.
And I even though it's 4-0, I definitely think that they are staying in there.
Oh, absolutely. This condition,
feasible.
These conditions really polarize teams way more than they would be on a much nicer day. You know, we're seeing Falmouth have plenty of looks. They're getting plenty of Ds. You know, South Portland has proven to take care of the disc when they get the turn a little bit better than Falmouth has. And that trap zone and sag man is difficult for Falmouth to beat. But you can't deny that they're getting chances.
That is a wonderful pull. However, I think it is going to land out of bounds.
I heard South Portland yell, "Set it." They're probably going to come out in a zone look. They'll take it at the brick mark, which is in the middle of the field, 20 yards in front of the end zone.
Interesting hoe stack here by Falmouth. It's looking like they're going.
It looks like he only walked it 10 feet. There they go. They're going to take it a little bit more. Probably still could have milked a couple more yards out of that break.
Oh.
That's a great break for Falmouth. And that is a tough break for Falmouth. Like you said, Matisse, they're getting these looks. They're just
getting really unlucky out there with the slippery disc and the.
If you're Coach Matt Edmonds, you know, there's not much you can do about that. As long as your team is running the systems, you know, that's kind of a win. Drops are uncontrollable. Those are the, you know, no mistake is good, but those are the mistakes that you're okay with seeing, you know.
A nice 50-50. Oh.
I don't know who 27 on Falmouth is, but he's getting his hands on a lot of Ds this game.
Nice, interesting mid-stride foot block right there.
I respect it.
Gets the job done.
It sure does.
It's like Henry is trying to look deep.
Yeah, Henry
Smart dump.
All right, that handler, yeah, you got to get a little bit closer. It'll make that throw a little bit easier. Nice swat, D, and great grab.
Great sportsmanship by South Portland, calling that up before anyone says anything.
There's a swing they need. I love that the wing on that side cleared, allowing for a middle to come under for that thrower.
The swinging is working well. It's getting the cup moving.
Yep.
Tiring them out, which is exactly what they want to do.
That's exact. And honestly, you don't even need to take those downfield shots.
No.
You know, as long as you swing it and you can chunk 5 yards at a time, that'll get you a win in this game. If anybody watched College Nationals, the UMass-UNC dark side game, UMass was running a junk zone look against North Carolina and forced them to throw probably 50 to 100 throws per possession. And North Carolina's answer to beating that was only in the handler layer, swinging it back and forth, taking 5 yards at a time until they scored in the end zone. And I think that's what Falmouth needs to do here. Good fake, good hit.
Nice break right there. Good look, but it seems like the cutter was not on the same page.
Yeah, I think the cutter that was deeper thought that was a throw for the
other
wing
side.
underneath. Yeah.
From under the 10 here, it sounds like the rain is getting worse.
I would suspect you're right, Matisse. The wind has died down a little bit. However, the wind has picked up so much that the drops are just increasing with every possession. That'll either be a nice hand block or a loose throw out of the South Portland thrower's hand. South Portland's going to trap again. Nice D. I'm not sure if Falmouth was trying to set some junk zone there for a second or not, but they'll end up in person.
And a nice straight up force. I don't know if that's purposeful or seems purposeful.
I like it. I like it. They're going to go for an
Nice
over-the-top
jump ball.
option here.
Wow.
Yeah, South Portland did a great job just boxing out and sealing that space. That'll be 4-0 South Portland, maybe 5-0.
I believe 5.
5-0.
I believe Falmouth is going to call a timeout. Everyone's going under the 10.
Yeah, I like that call here. Jumpstart their offense, talk about some things that went well and how to adapt to be successful against this zone.
Standing Wave, High Side, Magic Falls, The Sisters, Big Mama. Are these new offensive or defensive sets? Come find out as Maine Ultimate presents Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. On Saturday, June 17th, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bingham, Maine. Participants will get at least 4 games of Ultimate, a tournament-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really great time. Sunday puts us on the mighty Kennebec River, where you'll put in right below Harris Station with the same hat team from the previous day, and you'll get to ride, and you'll get the ride of your life. I've been told the river ride ain't no trip to Disney. You'll experience a class 2 to 4 rapids with some 5,000 CFS pushing you down the river. Little Taster, the Rock Garden, Big Mama, and Magic Falls, just a few of the waves you'll experience. And again, check out maineultimate.org for more information. I don't know, that sounds pretty fun to me.
I would say so. South Portland's already on the line, ready to play defense again. Falmouth's still taking their time to put their offense together for this point.
Matt Edmonds, also no hat out there.
Hat has come off. The thinking cap has come off. Allowing that cheddar to breathe.
I don't believe he's wearing socks. I don't know how he's not cold. I'm freezing. Unbelievable.
Truly.
80-degree weather the past 2 days. Except for not today.
Well, you can't expect these teams just to be given a title, would you? You gotta earn it.
That's correct. All right, let's see what Falmouth has coming out of this timeout. Again, I think they're playing really well, and they're just getting extremely unlucky. With some wet frisbee turnovers and drops.
Some drops. Even the wind, which isn't a lot, it comes in gusts, but some of these underthrows are popping up left or right, popping over, maybe an underthrow to a wing. If they can clean that up just a little bit, maybe address some spacing, I think they stand a good chance of at least getting a couple of points on this game, on the board before this game ends. Luke Tierney-Trevor's going to pull again for South Portland. I'd imagine we'll see a deep pull here. And
that is a wonderful pull.
Yeah, the wind has definitely picked up just now since the timeout. We got a little bit of crosswind and maybe a little downwind for Falmouth right now. Yeah, all those swing passes are going to be very difficult with this wind. If you're swinging it towards the far sideline, they're going to sink, and if you throw it towards the close sideline, they're going to pop up. There really is no perfect answer to these weather conditions if you're on offense. if I'm Falmouth here, I want to force them to throw as many forehands as I can. They're going slightly upwind. The disc is slippery in that forehand grip. They're letting a lot of backhands off, but, you know, forcing some forehands, which worked there, might be the key to the future points of this game.
That was a very nice low release forehand.
That really was. They're going upwind. It's a tight window. You got to lead your receiver. Props to that thrower for a nice throw.
I believe that'll make it 6-0 for South Portland.
Yep, this is game point for half, I believe. If South Portland can take it, they will have broken every point starting on defense, which means they will also receive on offense coming out of half. We'll see if they can take care of it and get the job done.
Maybe that'll be the equalizer for Falmouth, getting the chance to start on defense.
Maybe. You know, logically, you know, usually if you receive first and you trade points, you win. But sometimes getting a break can be the momentum swinger you need just to, you know, kickstart a team. You know, you just have more confidence. It almost feels like a bonus point if you get the break. Falmouth throwing some punches on the line. I think
Looks like spirits are still high. That's very good.
Yep.
I hope they're having fun. This is
How
a
could you
unique
not?
experience.
This is that type 2 fun. You might be cold and wet.
Frisbee in the rain.
Frisbee in the rain.
Oh.
Looks like that disc slipped out of Luke's hand. It'll still result in a pretty good pull, all things considered. They're going to set that zone, so you're not too worried about long distance downwind throws. It'll be just forcing those swing passes until a drop comes. And it does. Luke might have been
great reset D by Falmouth right
It was. I think Luke probably needed to wait a couple more seconds for the thrower to look at him before he got active, but you got to give Falmouth the credit for strapping up regardless.
I love how well South Portland transitions into that zone defense.
Yep.
Even our college team struggles to do that a lot of the time.
Oh, you're definitely right about that. Yeah, they're holding on to it in the center of that field for a long time, allowing all the defenders to kind of get their bearings, survey around them, and be able to make a D when the throw goes up.
Deep shot. Oh, nice grab by Falmouth right there. And
an incredible D by Luke. What a good opportunity for Falmouth. Shaken up by Luke Tierney-Trevor. Nice D, Falmouth. All right, Falmouth needs to take care of the ball here. This is a great opportunity, close to the end zone.
And South Portland has switched to man. Probably a good call.
We'll see. I hope Falmouth scores here. I almost would have liked, no, they're still in that junk set, and it'll work. It did look a lot like man just because of how close they were to the end zone, but Luke almost got the upline block there, but Falmouth will get their first point, 6-1. South Portland will be receiving, seemingly downwind, looking to get the break, or I guess the hold to take half. It's currently 6-1, South Portland over Falmouth. Turns out I was wrong, Matisse. It is sneakers that Matt Edmonds is wearing, not loafers.
I think the loafers would have been better.
Yeah, they probably stood a better chance at pulling this game out if he had the loafers. Anyway, Luke Tierney-Trevor's gonna pick up the disc. I think he'll take it on the goal line. I didn't see the pull.
Distracted by Matt Edmonds.
Well, it looks like he'll take it at the brink mark.
And it seems Falmouth is going to go zone.
I like this. You know, they're down 6-1. They haven't had much success. You know, shaking things up might be the answer they need. And it is.
Wow, what a... I believe that is Mikey coming from the wing position to make that D.
That was great field awareness and just anticipation. You know, he started that defensive cut well before the disc left the thrower's hand, and it was perfectly timed to get the D. Oh, that was... Looks like it'll be a no call. Luke's going to take the disc again. They're going to try to get it started before Falmouth can set up. And they do. That's one of the differences we're seeing. You know, South Portland, like you said, can snap into that zone quick. Falmouth taking a slightly longer time to get that defensive set organized. They're going to be trapping the forehand sideline, forcing a tough throw, and it works. It looks like Falmouth may need to try zone a little more often in the second half. Falmouth is running a vert stack. Nice underpass. That's a nice sag block by South Portland.
Oh, nice deep throw. Oh,
Slightly too far.
I think if the wind had picked up a little bit like it has been, that might have been a completion.
I don't mind that throw. You know, it's a tough throw, low likelihood, but if you're South Portland, you know you can get blocks. You might as well try to get them in the short field. And it seems like Falmouth has that same mentality. It was a great deep cut. Didn't connect, but at least they're playing defense from a better field position.
And it seems Falmouth has switched to man.
I'm not sure if that was just nice D. Falmouth to get another chance. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was because they were tired or it was a quick turn, but you know, I would like to see them continue that zone.
Yeah, it was working well for him. Oh,
They're
hammer
gonna go
by
for
Henry. Jump ball, and it's gonna work.
Falmouth, 2 points in a row.
I'm telling you, when the weather's crazy, sometimes starting on offense, I don't want to speak too soon. I'm not gonna say that yet. Sometimes, and that's gonna be 6-2 for South Portland.
Yeah, they needed those 2 points to keep them in the game. Even if there's plenty of time left, you know, 6-1 or 6-0 is tough to come back from, but if you're talking about a game 6-0 versus 6-2, I have a lot more hope staying in the game at 6-2. They're giving themselves a nice position, you know, to close out this half. It'd be great if we could see them break again.
I really think that Falmouth coming out on zone defense is contributing to these 2 points in a row as well.
Absolutely.
I hope to see they come out on Z here as well.
I think the last 2 points are the first points that they ran that Z, and clearly it's been successful for them. They've gotten, you know, several turns per point and a score. And the name of the game so far has proven to be just force as many throws as possible, and eventually a drop or a tight throw will go up, resulting in your team getting the ball.
Absolutely.
Falmouth will be here on the pull, looking to get its 3rd point in a row. It's a great pull. It'll land inbounds most of the way down the field, and South Portland will pick up on offense.
And Falmouth is going to come out in zone. It's a good call.
I like that a lot, and I like that South Portland is trying to move that disc early and often.
Good
You heard
trap call. Trap. Oh,
that's kind of what Falmouth wants to force, you know?
I think that jumped a little bit with this breeze. So
That
what
receiver
you're
was
saying.
open, but they're, in this type of condition that, they're trying to force low percentage throws, not completely eliminate them. And I would almost rather them take that shot deep than, if you're Falmouth, rather than let them walk 10 yards at a time on unders down the field.
Correct. And here is South Portland in zone.
Wow, that pass snuck through. That'll work. South Portland's transitioning quickly on offense, and they're going to send a cross-field forehand. That's
What a
picked
D.
off. Nice D.
Oh. What a
Wow,
grab.
what a grab by South Portland. That throw is thrown slightly behind the receiver. Made a backwards layout to haul it in to take half. 7-2 South Portland over Falmouth. Welcome back to the second half of the Falmouth South Portland round 2 boys game. We're standing at 7 points to South Portland, over 2 points for Falmouth.
Falmouth's going to come out here on D.
I'd love to see them continue that zone. They proved that they can get, D's in person matchup, but that zone seemed to be their most successful defensive look of the game. And we'll see if they continue that out of the second half. For South Portland, their trap zone on defense has been working. On offense, they've been stringing together a nice set of unders, and Luke Tierney-Trevor's been essential for distributing and dishing that disc to his receiving players. We'll see if he continues to play well as a distributor in the second half and get South Portland the win.
That is a very good pull.
That is a good pull.
Nice roll, and Falmouth is going to come out in zone. Nice save right there for South Portland.
Yeah, they're really trying to force that disc to the forehand sideline, really opening up that three-person cup to allow for free throws to the forehand sideline. They have an open receiver on the wing. They elect not to take it. He's going to shoot deep. And the deep for Falmouth takes it for another successful point of zone. That throw goes right into the South Portland defender's hand. Luke tries to fire a quick one through the middle. It will work. That's what Falmouth wants. Those are hard catches. It results in a turn. Another successful zone point for Falmouth.
South Portland's coming out in the zone now.
They're going to shoot. That's a tough turnover. It seems like Falmouth's zone has, the Falmouth has figured out their defensive game coming out of half. We love to see that it's being successful. They just need to figure out that offensive possession on a turn. Right now, that's the only thing holding them back from being a tie game right now. They're giving South Portland a much harder time on offense. South Portland fires a quick one through the middle.
Getting that cut moving. Oh.
There you go. Good patience by Falmouth. They could have taken a quick shot. They elect not to. A tough receiver, or a tough throw for a receiver to get. Fumbles it. South Portland takes back over on offense. Falmouth's going to continue with this zone. That's a nice hit by Luke.
Nice find. Great continuation.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen South Portland break past that cup layer.
And Falmouth is going to switch to man.
Looks like South Portland's going to go in that zone look. Nice swing. Tough drop, but that's a good swing. That's a really nice forehand.
Number 27.
Yeah, 27's been a huge defensive impact for Falmouth on this field.
Especially in the red zone.
That Falmouth has been intentionally forcing forehand, just because it's harder to grip the disc in this rain. It's worked really well for them, but you got to give credit to South Portland's throwers for still throwing nice forehands in these conditions. Nice defense. Gets saved by Falmouth. They need that one more handler to bridge the gap in the middle. It'll make their lives a little easier swinging it back and forth. Seemed like a miscommunication there on offense. Foul called on the receiver. think number 8 maybe thinks he got run through on the back on the way by. Looks like it'll be contested and Falmouth will keep the ball.
There's that hammer over the middle.
Yeah, kind of expected to see that. He had that forehand hammer grip locked and loaded a couple points before that, or a couple swings before that. Another great forehand. Risky throw, but it gets hauled in by South Portland, going up 8-2 over Falmouth. Have you ever wanted to visit Portland, Maine in the summer?
All
On
the
Saturday,
time.
July 8th, come join 119 other Ultimate players as they board the ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island where a day of Ultimate awaits. Ultimate Time on Island Time is a 5v5 hat tournament where you'll find out what team you're on during the ferry ride out to the island. Don't like the players on your team? Do you jump in Casco Bay or swim back to the mainland? Or do you remind yourself that you're headed out to an island off the coast of Maine to play some really good Ultimate? There's a barbecue after the tournament, and if you're interested in staying overnight, there'll be camping available on some private land. Check out mainultimate.org for more information. Did you do that last year, Matisse?
I did not.
I didn't do it either, but Emily Posey, who commented on the last game, did it, and a lot of my friends did it and had a blast. I mean, playing on an island, something I've never done, something I'll probably do this year, but from what I understand, it's a blast. Falmouth didn't get the third straight point, but there was a lot of good things in that point, that last point, offensively and defensively. It seemed like at the end they were running out of steam, maybe took some over-the-top looks that, you know, Coach Edmonds might not have wanted, but, you know, for most of that point, they did a lot of swinging, got a lot of Ds, gained yards down the field during their offensive possessions, and certainly gave South Portland a hard time getting that goal. It's a good pull. Stood up into a blade. It's hard to settle. Rolling towards the sideline. Falmouth did a good job of centering it before the zone could set.
Nice swing.
5 yards at a time. That's all they need. Nice grab. Down was called. Falmouth is calling it up. Looks like they'll stay with up. I agree with that call.
Ooh, some puddles accumulating on the field. Wow.
Nice
sneaks
strike.
that through.
That's a tough break for Falmouth. You know, they had some upfield momentum going. The drop stifled that. South Portland will pick up. He's loading the
Looking at
hammer. And the slippery disc got him. Almost recovered by a South Portland receiver, but just bobbled to the ground. That disc will sail out of bounds, intended for a popper coming under. The wind just got the better of it. Luke Tierney-Trevor's going to pick up on the sideline. Probably going to try to do something fancy for the camera here.
And number 27
Sure enough.
from Falmouth, once again.
Yeah, 27, an animal.
Another nice end zone D.
Yeah, he's really doing wonders on both sides of the disc. They're really relying on him to distribute as a handler on offense against this zone. And he's definitely keeping them in the game on defense. He's going to take a tight window up the line. Doesn't work out. Luke's going to get another shot on the sideline. We'll see if he goes for that quick throw score again or if he tries to hit the middle quick. South Portland's going to do that slanted stack again. Probably going to run the zipper. They're going for an isolation. Nice run through D as a handler defender. They're going to probably try to take a quick look here. They let their offense settle. Disc pops up. Luke gets another shot on offense. He wanted the quick deep shot but got cut off by a passing defender.
What a find, and what a one-handed grab.
Yeah, that was a great swing. South Portland's taking some big shots now, you know, tough, long swings. They have really good throws. They're good looks. Just a similar problem to Falmouth. They just need them to connect. This weather's doing them no favors. Early turn for Falmouth. South Portland's going to get a doorstep attempt at a goal here, taking it on the front line of the end zone.
That was some really nice defense on the mark.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to set up in that slanted stack again. It looks like they are. We'll see if they run the zipper, if they try to isolate somebody. And they're going with the isolation. Nice defense by Falmouth. I like that a lot. Probably could have seen a little more help defense, you know, from the players in the stack, not involved, at least on the isolation play, but certainly got the job done. Falmouth shooting a hammer over the top. That'll be a turn. Luke trying to get sneaky with a quick break throw. Doesn't result. I almost wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout here pretty soon. Both teams have been on the field for a while trying to score. Both teams are clearly a little tired. Falmouth's taking a quick shot
Nice
through and
find.
it works.
Another nice find.
Little crossfield blade gets picked off by Luke on defense. Luke's going to quickly fire again. Looks like he's starting to either get tired or they're playing field position. You know, I don't mind them taking shots and forcing Falmouth to drive the whole length of the field on offense. It's clearly working for them. And they get the quick D. They'll have a short field O possession here. Hopefully this time they'll punch it in.
It's looking like someone's hammered.
And that one will work. Just that quick transition O before the defense can pick up led to that score. That'll be 9-2 South Portland over Falmouth.
Good.
Luke, Tierney, Trevor on the pull. I think he wanted a little more air under that, but that'll work just fine, getting over half field. Certainly getting the disc rim nice and slick. They're coming out in that 3-3-1 zone again. They'll probably trap once they get to the sideline. We'll find out. Good swinging. This is really good, a really good adjustment to the Falmouth offense from last half. It seemed like last half they were a little stagnant on offense. You know, maybe trying to hunt for the holes through the cup a little too much. And although they turned it right there, you know, that swinging certainly led to more yards quicker and a less comfortable looking South Portland defense than what we saw in the last half. Nice reel in by the receiver. I think he wanted Luke there. Almost reeled in.
By 3 different players.
Almost to Callahan, not quite in. And that'll seal the point for South Portland. 10-2.
Did you know Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortuna Mueller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. We think good vibes matter in today's crazy world. That's why Revision Energy is an 100% employee-owned solar company and a certified B Corporation. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. So please be in touch to learn how we can help you save money and reduce your carbon footprint.
Matisse getting a little shout out from the Falmouth squad out there. Maybe they'll play better knowing your support is over here on the sideline.
Hopefully.
Looks like the rain might be lightening up just a little bit here. Not sure if it's going to make a
I think you're
difference in
gonna
these
jinx
closing
that
minutes.
one, Cole.
I hope not, but South Portland looking for another break. They'll be pulling here.
Doesn't seem like the hamburger station's getting the attention it needs.
That is true. If you're tuning in from the fields, from the cars, or you plan on coming later today and feel like supporting UMaine College Ultimate, come find Turney Central, where UMaine Ultimate will be cooking burgers and dogs for sale. All proceeds will go towards tournament bids, jerseys, and other financial costs associated with the team. South Portland made a quick shot, hauled in by the receiver, but whether that receiver...
Falmouth is calling that down. I don't know if I agree with that call.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be contested, but I'm with you, Matisse. I think that might have been up. That's the beauty of the sport. We have terrible perspective on this, but you know the defense has a fair claim to whether they think it was up or down, and it's self-officiated, so it seems like they couldn't agree. It gets sent back to the last possessor of the disc, and South Portland will get another shot at a goal here. Another great forehand. Got bobbled by a defensive Falmouth player. Falmouth was called by South Portland.
It's going to be uncontested. Or maybe not.
No, it was uncontested. They're just debating where the disc gets sent. So South Portland will take it on the doorstep, on the line. Not quite sure if
Potential
it's a timeout.
injury. I think he got cleated.
All right, timeout was called by South Portland. They're going to take a second to collect themselves and organize for a score. I suspect that South Portland's going to come out with that slanted vert stack. They might have something else. We haven't seen any other end zone play from them yet, so I'm sure they have another set. Whether they run it or not, we'll see, but it has worked well for them, and we'll see what Falmouth has whipped up to shut that play down.
They've done very well off these set pieces on D.
We'll take a quick second to mention the Lobster Pot. Maine Ultimate, in conjunction with the City of South Portland, Visit Portland, and the Maine Sports Commission, is looking to host the Lobster Pot, a 2-day college tournament the weekend of October 21st and 22nd at the Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine. It's 2 days of ultimate, line fields, tourney food, trainers, discounted hotels, multiple food trucks, a cool tourney central with a players lounge, and games for you to play, merchandise tents, and live stream games. Check it out at mainultimate.com for more information. South Portland taps it in. Looks like they're going to run an ISO off the back of the stack. Low throw that doesn't get connected. Falmouth will get another chance on offense. And they've done a really good job at defending those pull plays. That's the second consecutive pull play Falmouth has shut down off of a timeout.
This is going to be tricky for Falmouth to get out of. This is really great zone defense.
Yeah, that's what they want to
back
do.
Corner. And it works out for them.
And once again, South Portland's ability to play transition O off of turn on D once again leads to a quick score for them.
That's going to make it 11-2 for South Portland.
South Portland is within 2 of winning the game. It's 11-2, game to 13. We'll see if Falmouth has at least an answer to get within, striking distance. I'm not sure if they'll have the time left in the game to tie it up, but and that would be quite the feat. But we'd love to see Falmouth not give up, close out strong. It seems like they're still playing this game close, which may pay dividends in the following rounds in a closer matchup. What do you think, Matisse? Are they coming out in zone?
Yeah.
I think you're right.
So. It's working super well for them.
Why change what's working? That's a nice pull. Roller not being intentional, it got the disc to the sideline. Falmouth swung it off the sideline quick. It's a great decision. And a tough drop. The rain is really lightening up. And just a missed throw by South Portland. That's uncharacteristic from number 17 from what we've seen today. No worries though, they get it right back with a similar error by Falmouth.
Another quick transition.
That throw in particular is going to be very tricky in the wind that's present right now. You need a lot of spin and a decent amount of speed and snap on each throw to get it to your target. Any sort of loft or lob is just going to get eaten by the wind.
Nice.
It was nice. There's a good look. A little high. They're going a little downwind. I'm sure that thrower expected it to drop a little bit more than it did. But it does result in a turn for South Portland. And another forehand turnover by South Portland. Falmouth is getting plenty of looks here. South Portland's going to continue with that zone. Nice fake. Another nice fake. This
There's
time,
the high release throw he wanted last time.
Yep.
I think Falmouth's switching and it's looked a lot better this half against the zone defense.
I agree with you there. I mean, you can see the difference. I love that Falmouth receiver streaking deep. It didn't get hit, but Falmouth just looks a little bit slow transitioning to offense. I know it's been a long point, but you know, that's where South Portland's been making its money on a turn. Just, you know, having a bunch of receivers get down quick and be able to get, you know, 20, 30, 40 yards, you know, before the defense is ever locked up. Oh. Almost a second chance awarded to Falmouth
Off
by South
the foot
Portland.
block. Unlucky.
They tried to go quick, and Falmouth did a good job of locking up on defense before they could get the quick score. That certainly led to longer points than we saw earlier in this game. And the zone continues to trouble Falmouth.
Nice strike.
And another one. That was a nicely timed cut coming from the center of the field. That'll be 12-2 South Portland over Falmouth. Game point. If they score, they win. This is for South Portland. Falmouth will do everything they can to score as many points before that happens, but we'll see. Vacation Land is a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate with the assistance of Visit Portland and Maine Sports Commission in the city of South Portland. The tournament will take place the weekend of August 5th and 6th at the Wainwright Complex in South Portland, Maine. We're going to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed, and we'd love to see you there. Why Vacation Land? Well, it's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on lined fields with easy access to trainers, golf carts to take you to your next game, an amazing tourney central, food trucks galore, porta potties at every field and clean before Saturday and Sunday play, a pretty cool trophy for the winning teams, native water at every field, and whatever else we can come up with. Check it out at mainultimate.org for more information.
Nice pull.
That is a nice pull. They're going for a quick
They're
score
gonna go
here.
for a deep throw.
It doesn't work, but I think I like that. You know, Falmouth has struggled to get forward momentum on the field, but they have proven their ability to get turns. South Portland's going to get away from Falmouth
Wide
on
open.
defense. And that'll result in the end of the game, 13-2, South Portland over Falmouth.
Well played by both teams.
Absolutely. It's cool to see adaptation and corrections made by Falmouth throughout the course of that game. South Portland relentless with their zone the entire game. I wouldn't be surprised to see them later today in a finals matchup. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back here the next round of high school states.
And welcome back to New Gloucester Fairgrounds in New Gloucester, Maine for the Maine State Ultimate Frisbee Championships, boys and girls. This game we have Forest City, which for those who may not be familiar is City of Portland, and it's Portland and Deering and other schools combined against Cumberland Ultimate out of Greeley, Maine. And my name is Mike Callahan, and I'm alongside Cole Moore. Cole, how you doing today?
I'm good, thank you, Mike.
And we have a poll. Forest City in the white and Cumberland in the red. Near side of the field, Cumberland with a disc.
Looks like Forest City's going to go with a person matchup. Jackson Letting immediately shooting deep to Ben Wall.
And that was a tough angle with that disc to get it, with that cut to get the disc to come back against that wind. So Forest City in the white will take over, left to right on your screen. And looks like they're coming out in person defense, vertical stack for Forest City. Far side of the field, and we have a quick turnover. A little too much heat on that one, apparently.
Yeah, that was a fast throw, and anytime you get those fast throws with the combination of rain and wind that we've seen today, it's a tough reception for whoever's on the other side of that disc.
Yeah, those close range, just like that one, that quick turnover, trying to put zip on the disc to make sure you get it there in the wind. Oh, we have a big hut backhand. Oh, dropped.
That's a good look, though. It's in the hands. It's just another slippery drop.
You're right, Cole. That is a good decision and a good throw. So Cumberland taking over near their goal line.
Both of these teams happen to, they have big shooters and big receivers. In the previous rounds, we've seen a lot of the teams struggling to just play consistent short field offense. So they've elected to play those huck and play defense position plays, and I'll be curious to see if these two teams, take that approach, or if they're going to continue to try and march up the field in a more conventional offense.
Well, and both teams have really good handlers, really good throws, and we have our first point of the game. Forest City breaks the seal. It is now 1-0, Forest City over Cumberland. Yeah, Cole, you're right. Both teams have really good throwers. So it'll be interesting to see what deep chances are available versus who wants to work the disc up more.
That was a great bid by Jackson Letting in the all black Nike pants. He was a huge pickup. He wasn't supposed to play today, and I guess he had another event that got canceled. And it's especially huge since Cumberland lost a couple of track runners to track states scheduled for today as well.
Yeah, good luck to those track athletes competing up in Freeport. I'm sure the spectators are miserable sitting in the stands, windy and cold and in the rain, but the runners will be fine. So Forest City, right of your screen, getting ready to pull back to Cumberland, up 1-0. Let's see if both teams stick with person or if either decides to go zone.
I'd like to see some zone. It's been working really well for the teams that have run it today. The conditions are perfect for zone. Obviously, these are two tightly matched teams that person-to-person defense will be exciting to watch and will force Ds. It's just a matter of, whether they can do it more efficiently and with less energy in a zone.
Correct. We saw in a little bit in that first game, the Cumberland Cape girls game, a lot of zone being played in that game.
That's a great great D on the handle of reset by Galen.
Making that around really tough. Ooh, foot block.
That is a nice foot block. Ben Wall's a tough matchup, so that must feel good getting a foot block on Ben.
Especially early in the game. Near side of the field, Forest City.
That's calling on Cumberland getting beat on the fourth side there.
I think number 0 for Forest City has scored both their points thus far, or caught them anyway. Yeah, that's a tough beat on the Force side.
I believe that's 2-0 Forest City.
And Forest City getting ready to pull left to right across your screen. Cumberland just coming off a bye, so they're coming in a little bit colder. Did Forest City just play, or did they are they coming off a bye?
I don't know. I would assume if Cumberland were on a bye, then Forest City was not on a bye.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. And in fact, I think they were playing the Freiburg combined team that was here.
We've got Cumberland coached by Davis Ritger, who's just on the field trying to organize the first point for first hopefully successful offensive point for Cumberland, as well as head coach Kevin Massey. And then Forest City is coached by, I believe, Alex Posey and maybe John Gilbert.
Yeah, I don't see JG. Oh yeah, there's JG's over there on the sideline. Alberto Morales
As well.
helping out.
I really like that pull. You know, you don't need to put it in the end zone, especially if you're going to play a sag defense, as we just saw that handle a reset defender playing. You know, it really limits the options for the thrower by trapping him on the sideline.
And you know, just having the disc go where you want it to, you know, putting it into a space. Ooh, floaty disc, deep, and downed by the much taller Forest City player. Forest City takes over far side of the field.
I was going to say, I think both of these teams are good enough that they don't need to be, you know, taking these really big shots.
Oh, that was a great catch by the Forest City player.
Unless they work. That was a great throw. Open receiver.
Cross field. And we have now 3-0 Forest City.
Yeah, that's a hot start for Forest City. Certainly they've got to be happy with that first 3 points.
Well, you know, if you look at the errors that Cumberland has made, the turnovers largely unforced. You know, right through the hands, slippery disc, getting used to catching the disc again after coming off on a bye. What the coaches have to do is to get the players to forget about that and not let it get in their heads.
Yeah, Cumberland suffers from Ben Wall syndrome, which is, Ben Wall is a phenomenal athlete, very tempting receiver. If I were on the field as a handler, I would certainly be putting balls up to him. But you know, they're such a deep team aside from Ben that, you know, they don't need to force that deep shot like you said. You know, maybe the shot, maybe he's open, maybe you have that, you know, that shot, but you don't need to take it, especially with the inconsistency of the wind.
Yeah, and the wind in this instance is coming pretty much across the field. So crosswinds are a lot tougher than, you know, up and down the field winds. Much rather be throwing in that direction than with the crosswind. So Forest City getting ready to pull in the white, right to left on your screen. Big pull. Good pull. Cumberland takes over. Playing person again. Oh, good cut from the front of the stack by Cumberland.
That's a tough door.
Yeah.
I really liked the start of that point a lot better than the last couple. They worked it with the handlers, only were hitting 10 to 15 yard throws. And you know, those are variables that they can control. Where they cut, how often they cut. You know, the wind they can't control, drops they can't control. So taking those shots, you know, it's an okay, those deep shots, it's an okay look, but you know, you just don't know what you're getting as much as with those small ball plays.
And now, nope.
Ben wanted to take that deep shot.
He did. He really wanted that one.
That's smart. That's good discipline.
Well, I like the energy of this Cumberland line better. Oh, and we have a turnover right around midfield, middle of the field. Yeah, Cumberland's playing a lot more energy at this point.
Those are very uncharacteristic drops by Ben and by everybody, but you know, I'm sure Ben wanted that in stride, running with the disc drop back.
A couple of quick turnovers and Forest City takes over. Another quick turnover.
Cumberland's going to elect to just slow down on offense, get set, try to reset both like the disc and just their, their attitude going into this point.
And that was a pick. That was uncalled.
Yeah,
Back
that
of
was
the
an
snap.
unfortunate drop as well.
Oh, a little quick on
Good
the, there we
Jackson.
go. Nice little tricky inside throw. Forest City, far side of the field. Oh,
Nice D, Ben.
yeah, that was just good. He essentially ran the same route as the receiver, but better. Beat him to the point.
I think both teams, well, it's looking good right now, but both teams, at least on those last couple possessions, might have been looking a little too heavy on handler action early. That's a nice hit. And
That should be a point.
that's a good goal. That was a lot more intentional than the last deep throw they threw.
Yeah, it almost looked like the Forest City player was baiting that throw, and then it went up, and he said, "I can't get there."
Well, it had a good angle on it. Didn't really hang. That's what you need to do in this wind. If you put any hang time on it, you don't know what's going to happen. A little bit of edge, gets it right to the receiver quick.
So they are. The score is now 3-1 in favor of Forest City over Cumberland.
I'll do a quick plug. Standing Wave, High Side, Magic Falls, The Sisters, Big Mama. Are these new offensive or defensive sets? Come find out as Maine Ultimate presents Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. On Saturday, June 17th, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bingham, Maine. Participants will get at least 4 games of Ultimate, a tournament-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really good time. Sunday puts us on the mighty Kennebec River, where you'll be right below Harris Station with the same hat team from the previous day, and you get the ride of your life. I've been told the river ride ain't no trip to Disney. You'll experience class 2 to 4 rapids with about 5,000 cubic or CFS pushing you down the river. Little Taster, the Rock Garden, Big Mama, and Magic Falls, just a few of the waves you'll experience. Check out mainultimate.org for more information.
Nicely done, Cole, and perfect timing.
I
All right,
try.
Forest City taking over. Oh, good head fake on the pole. So Forest City will take over. Forest City in the white, Cumberland in the red.
Great D opportunity.
Oh, wow.
That was I hesitate to say lucky because, it was unfortunate for both, but a good opportunity for Cumberland to get a Callahan or at least a D in a short field there.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a risky, you got a little bit of air under it, unfortunately. Ooh, we have our first call. Unsure what the call was, maybe a pick or an offensive foul. I don't know what that was. All right, Cumberland takes over on the goal line.
We got Coach Kevin and Coach Berto right here.
Obscuring view of the camera. And Cumberland still right around the goal line. Oh, good patience, good holster on the slip.
Cumberland's got a couple too many cooks in the kitchen right now. Very congested up front.
Yeah. Ooh,
wow.
Nice high throw. Good catch by Jackson Letting.
Those are the shots that Cumberland doesn't need to take. They kind of limited their options by forcing so many cutters so close to the front field and around the disc. We saw in the last game, South Portland do a really good job of stack spacing in the end zone and even calling timeouts. They have 2 timeouts. I wouldn't be opposed in times like that to just call a timeout and set something up as opposed to see that blade. Mm-hmm. However, got to give them credit. The blade went up and a great catch by Jackson Letting.
Yeah, that was, it doesn't matter how many throws it takes you to get in the end zone as long as you get there. And they could have done a better job of being a little more patient instead of everyone essentially cutting at the same time, working their handlers a little more, and then, you know, getting the easy throw for a score. So now, speaking of scores, it is 3-2 in favor of Forest City. Cumberland looks like they've got their game back after that long layoff in the bye, and looking to pull to Forest City, left to right across your screen. Yeah, it feels still in pretty good shape despite the rain that we've gotten, and the pole is up.
It's probably going out of bounds. It's not. It's in.
Just in bounds, right around midfield. Oh, nice upline cut by Forest City. Ooh,
That's good
near
patience.
side of the field. Oh, just too close to each other on that handler reset. Forest City
Good fight, Sully.
playing good person defense. Cumberland showing patience with the disc, far side of the field.
Sully McFarland's going to reel that one in.
Nice grab by Cumberland.
Cullen
Couple of
with
nice
a quick
grabs.
bobble, but settles it. That's a good undercut.
Yep. Near side of the field, Cumberland, right around midfield. Break force throw.
Yeah, Cumberland has nicely timed cuts, but their stack spacing is pinching them really tight on the sideline, allowing defenders in the stack to kind of get involved in those cuts. I think they either need to swing it to the other side of the field right now, or get those couple players in the lane right now to suck back into the stack.
Yeah, it's starting to get to where they're almost aligning the stack with the handler, regardless of wherever it is on the field. And you really want space to cut. And so quick turnover now. And that is a Forest City big throw that goes to no one.
I mean, there was definitely a receiver open. I'm sure that, you know, in the back of the mind, there's playing position that makes that throw a little bit easier to go up. But, you know, forcing Cumberland to have to drive the full length of the field again.
Yeah, that's with this wind and the way both teams are kind of turning over quite a bit. The huck and play D strategy is not necessarily a bad one at States.
I know. I'm okay with Cumberland taking that as well, but they got to start, like Kevin was saying from the sideline, Coach Kevin, they got to start a little bit closer to the disc as a stack unit in order to even have that be an option. And you do want that to be an option. You know, it's much better to at least have that in the back pocket at a high stall, or if the right opportunity presents.
Oh, and nice little cut by the Forest City player, but no can do, no connection there. So Cumberland, good strategy, giving and going. Oh, playing a little too fast though.
I do like that a lot. We saw another shout out to South Portland in the last game. They were really efficient and quick on transition offense off of a defensive turn. And you know, Sully and Jackson had easily a third, if not half the field before the defense could set. It just came, like you said, it came down to playing just a little too quick.
Forest City now on offense near the goal line. Oh, we have a D. Very nice D by number 18 for Cumberland. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was not a very nice D. He cheated. He fouled him, apparently.
Uncontested foul. So that Forest City player, 61, will keep possession of the disc. And Cumberland will be back to defending that red zone.
Near side of the field, just outside the end zone for Forest City.
Nice defense by Jackson. They're trying to get an ISO in the end zone. They still are. Jackson's doing a great job shutting that down.
And we have a pick.
Yeah, it looks like that pick probably won't affect. We'll see what the result is, but I think that'll end up being a score for Forest City.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly what it was. There was a pick, which is in alternate, for those who are unfamiliar, is not legal However, if it doesn't affect play, as was the case here, it results in a point for Forest City. Forest City now up 4-2 over Cumberland. Started out a couple of quick points, and then the last several points have been a lot longer, a lot more methodical, a few more turnovers, but definitely Cumberland's looking much better than they did the first couple points of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. They got opportunities. They had opportunities. They didn't convert on them. You know, that's nobody to blame except their own fault. But those are controllables. The opportunities are there. That's all you can ask for as a defensive unit coming off of a score. And now all they have to do is just clean things up and convert them, and they'll be back in this game having it tied, at 4s. We'll see though.
Yeah, a lot of game left. I'm not sure what the coaches are talking about. Probably some defensive misalignment, maybe.
We're going to see Forest City come down in a person look here. Again, I don't think we've seen zone yet this game. We'll see if they break it out later. I almost would like to see them try a zone. It's working for them, but I don't know, with these conditions, I expected to see more zone between the two teams.
Well, and it's not a bad idea to throw a zone just to see what happens.
Yeah. Well, as long as you're Forest City and you're winning the game and...
Oh, and we have easy ups on the loose. Wind gust on the other field. Ooh, and I don't think that one is coming back, Forest City.
No.
That is, wow.
That's going to be a short field possession for Cumberland.
Wow. That was an interesting pull. So Cumberland will take over probably around the 10.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Cumberland here. I hope they convert it. We'll see. But, I would take the time to make sure that stack is set. There's plenty of time when the disc is out of bounds to get set. We'll see if they make good use out of it.
See, oh, good break force cut. Oh, and you got beat to the brakes, and you got beat to the force side. Ooh, but good hands by the Forest City defender. Middle of the field. Far side of the field, big throw, up the sideline, and he's out.
I mean, it's too bad because that was kind of what I was talking about, what Cumberland needed earlier, that quick transition offense. Both of those two throws off of a turn happened before that defense had
nice
set.
Forehand up the sideline, just out of reach of the Cumberland player. Yeah, you're right. Those, when you have those deep shots available, taking them when you can like that can be very important in this game.
Good defense by Ben Wall there on the handler.
Forest City, far side of the field, in possession. Moving the disc.
They really want that disc in James Bell's hand.
Oh, and we have a throw forehand up the field, defended well by the Cumberland player. Big throw, curling back to the far sideline. That's going to land out of bounds. That might have been one of those instances you were talking about where you want to holster that and get the disc moving on some of those undercuts.
I mean, Jackson Letting, it's just kind of like that Ben Wall effect. That was the Jackson Letting effect. Very tempting receiver, but, Jackson Letting is just as tempting coming under as he is going deep.
Yep.
He's going to get, and if I'm defending Jackson Letting, I'm thinking he's going deep. So chances are I'll get beat under, expecting the deep. So, by going deep right off the rip, you're almost playing into the defense's hands.
So we now have a score of 4-3 in favor of Forest City.
Mike, did you know that Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortuna Miller?
You don't say.
Yes. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. We think it's good vibes matter in today's crazy world, and that's why Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corporation. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, so please be in touch and learn how we can help you save money and reduce your carbon footprint.
Excellent. Good to know for those who are looking for some renewable energy.
Yeah, they've supported Maine Ultimate for a number of years, and whether it's funding or bringing their solar charging truck to tournament days for phone charging in a place with no power.
Yep.
That has come in handy several times, and we very much appreciate their support.
And Cumberland pulls. Forest City takes over in
James
front of their
Bell's
own
going
end.
to pick up. That's
Near
a
side
great
of the field.
pass.
Great cut. Looks like they're playing some sort of zone for Cumberland, finally. And Forest City working the disc against the zone. And far side of the field. Ooh!
Nice D,
good
Jackson
bid.
Letting. That's a huge layout D for Jackson under. And that's what they wanted to get with the zone. Bait an open throw, have one of your athletes like Jackson in the backfield getting a D. And that's what we're talking about. Oh, it's an unfortunate drop, but Jackson Letting is going to be a huge target coming under like he was right then. They can use him in that scenario to get yards and score with probably a higher likelihood than taking those deep shots to him.
Correct. So Forest City takes over
Good cut by James Bell.
near the end line, far side of the field. Oh, and tried to force a throw into a tight window and miscommunication with his receiver. So Cumberland takes over.
Ben was looking for the quick reset to Sully. Sully's getting strapped by really good defense. That was some really good defense by the handlers of Forest City.
Yeah, they're doing. Both teams are playing some really aggressive defense. I like it. So Forest City takes over on the goal line, and they will score, making it 5-3 in favor of Forest City over Cumberland. So what we're seeing there, that zone that Cumberland came down with, is much more what we call a traditional zone, where you have the three-person right around the disc that we call a cup. And usually you have two people on the wings, so on the sidelines, trying to take away those sideline cuts, and in the middle of the field throws. You've got a short deep playing behind the cup to try and take those over-the-top squirrely little throws, and then a deep basically playing free safety, trying to take away any big shots. And zone can be very effective, especially with wind, because the idea of zone being, let's make them make a lot of throws, and eventually they will throw one away.
Yeah, you can, Mike, you got that right. You can run zone in dead, no wind, perfect conditions and run it effectively. But a lot of these teams are trying to make use of the wind, the slippery disc, to force these lower and more difficult technical shots and catches, such as upside down passes, blades over the top. Those are going to be really hard when the disc is slippery, when the wind is going to bounce them. Right now, the wind is dying as opposed to the first two games this morning. It stopped raining. The sun is trying to creep out. So playing zone defense is going to be a little bit less successful probably than what we saw earlier this morning. But I do like that they mixed it up and tried throwing that traditional zone that last point.
And it did work in the end, but what can beat the zone is what Forest City started doing, which was lots of patience with the handlers, moving the disc back and forth, and just taking the easy throw. Oh, and a good pull will end up in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, I like swing it is the answer. James Bell was doing a good job of that. He probably doesn't need to do the full width, skipping the middle handler. Looks like Cumberland will turn it and Forest City will get a chance. But we'll see what they do on the next, zone offensive possession.
Yeah, and and Forest City capitalizes, and now they're up 6-3. Looks like Cumberland might be taking a timeout here.
Ben Wall's a little frustrated at the lack of cutting from the stack right now.
Yeah, sometimes, especially with teams that might have, some new players they've worked in over the course of the year, is you've got, you get this expectation of, wow, I'm not one of the better players. I better wait for one of them to cut and make a play, and you end up standing on the field, despite that you're playing, just watching the game. So that stack needs to start activating a little bit sooner, a little more activity, and the people standing at the front of the stack need to take a peek over their shoulder, and if no one's cutting from the stack, that's their space. They need to maybe even initiate a little bit from the front of the stack to get things moving.
I mean, yeah, that last pull by Forest City really set up a successful defensive run on that last point. That pull slipped right by Ben Wall and pinched him in the end zone. And not only did that make it, a longer field and more difficult for Cumberland to drive, but it made the field a lot shorter on a turn for Forest City to get a one-throw score on the turn.
Both teams, I would say, are playing some pretty good defense today, especially on those handler positions.
Yeah, that's definitely what's giving Cumberland the most trouble right now.
So we have middle called off that pull. Cumberland taking possession. Setting up in a vertical stack, middle of the field.
This is what Ben Wall is talking about. Cullen made a fake towards that break sideline, and 3 Cumberland cutters cut to the break side, leaving nobody to come under on the fore side.
Yep.
But also, none of those 3, regardless of whether they are open, are going to get the disc because they're all blocking each other.
Mm-hmm. And Forest City, near side of the field.
Good defense, Sully, downfield on Cumberland.
Oh, risky throw there. Forest City now marching towards the end line.
Ben's having a real tough time with this James Bell matchup. He is very good. He's going to be their every other handler, and they're going to try to get it back to him.
And his height and his reach helps a tremendous amount.
Absolutely. Good body use, Ben.
Yep. And still gets it off to the break side. That was a little bit of a travel. And a floaty disc, and just out of reach of the...
That's a gift for Cumberland.
Diving Forest City player.
That is a huge gift.
So Cumberland will take over, far side of the field. Oh, very nice grab by 18 of Cumberland.
That was a phenomenal grab.
That was amazing. Oh, and a layout D by Forest City. Some really exciting play going on right now. Forest City takes over middle of the field, just past midfield.
I'm going to say this, it's a little late, but because I think it stems off of a good point you made earlier with regard to cutting, about looking over your shoulder and recognizing when it's your time to cut. Galen Lucy made a front of the stack cut on that sideline on Cumberland's last offensive drive, and Jackson Ledding was open coming under 15 yards behind him, and neither of them got the disc because the thrower wasn't looking for Galen, so he wasn't prepared to hit him.
Correct.
And then cut off, the larger yard gainer to Jackson Ledding coming underneath. And then they made that phenomenal grab and it all worked out. But anyway, South Portland scores again. That'll be halftime, 7-3.
It was Forest City's definitely playing, like some of their better deep threats of, playing in back of them. Don't want to get beat deep. And so, like you said, with Jackson Letting cutting up, making that undercut, he's already open by 2 steps because of the way he's being defended. That's a huge gainer. That's a huge gain that they can make, and they really need to straighten that out getting into this second half.
I agree. And before we take a brief break in at halftime, I want to mention one quick playing opportunity this summer. If you've ever wanted to play or visit Portland in the summer, on Saturday, July 8th, come join 119 other Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island, where a day of Ultimate awaits. Ultimate Time on Island Time is a 5v5 hat tournament where you'll find out what team you're on during the ferry ride out to the island. Don't like the players on your team? Do you jump into Casco Bay and swim back to the mainland? Or do you remind yourself that you're headed out to an island off the coast of Maine to play some really good Ultimate? There's barbecue after the tournament, and if you're interested in staying overnight, there'll be camping available on some private land. Check out mainultimate.org for more information.
And as an alum of that tournament, I can tell you it's a very fun time. And definitely camp out. I highly recommend camping out.
I mean, you might as well if you're going to be
You're
on the
there.
island. Yep.
We'll take a brief break, and we will be back to bring the second half. Welcome back to New Gloucester Fairgrounds, where we're watching Cumberland Ultimate out of Greeley, boys team, play against Forest City, a Portland team, in pool play for the main state championship for boys A. And Cumberland throws. Forest City takes the pull.
And Forest
Middle
City
of the
is
field.
up 7-3 currently out of half.
Thank you, Cole. I tend to be somewhat forgetful on the
It's all
score.
right.
Forest City, far side of the field, really good defense on the handler resets. So and good poach off by the Cumberland player.
Yeah, that's a great D by Sully, and I really like that physicality that Ben Wall has given James Bell there. They've been battling all game. I expect only to see it continue, but we're seeing a lot of great things out of that matchup.
Yeah, it seems like no one has the advantage there, or is getting an easy advantage.
This is looking like a lot more patient and structured offense from Cumberland, and it pays off for their first goal of the half.
And so now Forest City is up 7-4. Cumberland getting the point out of half. You know that's really important when you're down at half and you're pulling. You get the turnover and then you get the score. That's huge. This can be a huge momentum shifter, and it can just reset your mental focus.
Yeah, Belichick did it for a reason.
Very nice. So Cumberland will be pulling to Forest City. Cumberland's in the red homemade shirts. Forest City is in the white. This is the second game for both teams today, with the championship awaiting following this game. They will play did South Portland win the last game, or?
They did, yep.
So they will play the winner of the South Portland Cape Elizabeth game going on in an adjacent field.
Yeah, I'm not sure who to root for in that game, or at least who I expect to win normally. And it was back when I was in high school a couple years ago. I guess it's more than a couple now, but still. Cape was always the sure bet to make it to the finals, and it's cool to see some of these teams level out a little bit and get a little bit of closer competition. My senior year, we lost to them 15-3 in the finals. But South Portland's looking really good this year, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the finals against one of these two teams.
Yeah, I love, as much as I want to see, we have a big throw, backhand, up the field, curling back, and Letting gets the D. Something his old man never did.
Yeah, that James Bell is a phenomenal thrower. That receiver was very open, but if I'm James, I got to keep an eye on wherever Jackson Letting is on the field, because I don't want to be throwing anywhere in the airspace of that guy.
Well, and I want to put less under it. I want to get it there faster to make it a harder play for the defender.
All right, yep, somebody's going to push. Ben Wall's got it. Nice break flick by Ben Wall.
Oh, and just an unforced error by the Cumberland team there. Forest City will be taking over near the middle of the field. Good holster. Ooh.
I hope they don't get shook by that too much, and that's Cumberland, that is, because they're playing really good offense, and just that drop doesn't really speak to their systems.
Nice throw up the field for Forest City. He's well into the end zone, but I guess he ran in. Forest City on the end line, waiting for a cut. Everyone's standing around.
Good defense, Cumberland.
Oh, and tries the push pass. Ill-advised push pass in that instance. Cumberland takes over on their own goal line. Good mark. Good defender. Oh, again, nice defense on the handler resets there. Cumberland moving the disc, far side of the field.
Jackson looks like he's running out of steam a little bit. We're going to have to redistribute those cuts to other players on the field.
Well, other players are going to actually have to cut now.
Yeah,
oh,
you see,
big throw,
almost
forehand
all
up the
in.
field.
Hey, mark up.
Yeah, and if you're one of the cutters and you're starting to get a little gassed from playing defense, that's not what you want to see as a turnover. You want to see a score so you can go to the sideline and rest a little bit.
I mean, usually I'm an advocate for not calling timeouts in the middle of a point. However, if your lifeline players, I'm not even saying lifeline might be a little strong, but if some of your, more higher rep players are exhausted on the field, I'm okay with Cumberland taking a timeout there on offense just to get them some breathing time.
Yep.
Rest up. And then even if they're not controlling the offense, they're at least able to make those bailout plays if you need them to.
And Forest City, moving the disc and just an unforced error there with a drop.
That's a great opportunity, though.
Oh, and we have a big throw up the field, backhand curling back. Oh, through two Cumberland players, through two defenders, and into the dirt. Forest City will take over. Smart move by the Forest City players to walk the disc up the field. Give their cutters a little bit of a breather, allow them to recover, and then tap the disc into play. And they're going to be very active on the cutters for sure. Again, looks like really tight defense on the handler resets. Oh, good break side cut, but just out of everyone's reach. And now Cumberland will take over far side of the field, right around midfield.
Yeah, if I'm Sully here, I'm trying to get it off the line quick. Forest City wants to force them into tight lanes, which is what they're going to get. And James Bell is doing exactly what he should, sagging off that reset handler until Sully looks at him. It looks like Cumberland got one to slip under there, though.
And that Cumberland stack is really deep right now. Off of that reset, that was a really deep stack.
That seems to have been a theme this game so far. James Bell really wanted to rip that deep on Sully.
Forest City moving to this far side of the field, back towards the middle. Good movement, not a lot of cutting. Deep cut, deep throw. And he makes, just out of reach. Thought he could have tipped it to himself, but just couldn't get under it to gather it in. Cumberland takes over on their own goal line.
Yeah, you're right. Cumberland's stack is even deep now.
Wow, I mean that's almost midfield.
Well,
big throw, floaty throw, hospital pass, middle of the field. Cumberland comes down with it.
All right, Cumberland has the time to organize a stack. It doesn't look like they've done it, but they could really use a clean stack right now.
Clean stack or a timeout?
Or both, honestly.
And we got a break side throw.
It did form there.
For a point.
The second they formed that stack, it cleaned up those lanes to make available cutting space for Jackson to make that play. Just like that, 7-5.
Yeah, that was a little bit chaotic. You had that real floaty pass that came down, and then as you'll see with, especially at this level, when you have someone who's not one of your primary throwers come down with a disc, all of a sudden he's surrounded by his teammates to try and get the dump, and all that does is clog up every available opportunity. So he finally got a safe disc out to a handler, got the stack, an easy score from there.
I'm sure that's not how, I think, who was that? Was that Ben or Jackson that threw that?
That was Jackson.
It's definitely not how Jackson wanted that to come out. That being said, they got the deep cut, but if that stack were set shallower, there wouldn't have been three bodies under that disc.
Oh, no. I mean, that was as we were mentioning, I mean, the front of that stack was almost at midfield.
Yeah, it did lead to an under. Forest City's been doing a lot of things right, but if you're Forest City defending that stack, my only job is not letting Cumberland get an under at that
Nope,
point. Because
can't.
anything that's deep is going to have to be a heroic throw, and you're okay with taking that kind of shot or allowing that kind of shot on defense.
Yeah, in one of the earlier games, the other team was throwing a bunch of hammers at Cape in the wind, and it's like, well, if you want to keep throwing hammers, go ahead. I'll let you do that all day. And Cumberland pulls.
I hadn't thought of this until you said that, but one of my I actually prefer to play hoe stack over vert stack, and a lot of teams don't play hoe unless they're facing a zone defense. Mm-hmm. But hoe stack can be a really good solution towards stack spacing, because a lot of those players want to be spread horizontally anyway, but now they're not dealing with a battle of depth on the field. It can, but it's less important.
Well, and if you look at what Forest City's strength is, it's their handlers. And if you've got 3 handlers that can run the hoe stack, and you still have one or 2 other good throwers in the horizontal stack, that is a tremendous asset. So a couple of quick turnovers, and Cumberland takes over at their own goal line again, middle of the field.
I think that might have been Charles Siegel. I haven't seen him since he was a camper at Maine Ultimate Camp. It's cool to see him playing here. Nice catch by Jackson Letting. He wanted to put that to Ben, but it was a great decision not to.
Oh, and just out of reach of number 9.
Yeah, Galen's a phenomenal handler. It's unfortunate that came out of his hand, but
I'd start calling a delay here. I mean, you're just standing over the disc. Oh, floaty disc.
Nice
Huge
interception by
Forest
Charles.
City.
There's a reason they say catch your D's, and that was it right there.
Exactly.
Nice
And
grab.
almost with the snag. Oh, big forehand. Oh, just out of reach of Letting, right near the goal line.
That's one of those shots I'm more okay with. The stack wasn't, there's enough space between Jackson and the rest of the stack that whatever ball went up was going to be a 1v1.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a complete 50-50 ball, but, I feel pretty confident about putting Jackson in a matchup on a 50-50 ball against most other people on the field.
Yeah, he does have he may have inherited his mother's jumping ability. She was a phenomenal athlete and an excellent ultimate player in her own right. Oh, fake to the deep, and then floaty pass to the defense.
That's a great opportunity. There was for a fast score. They don't take it. That's all right. Patient offense. I'm okay with a big dump here if it gives the rest of their team time to collect.
I'll say this number 18 for Cumberland has really been doing a great job when he's been in of cutting. He's just cutting the spots. He'll cut deep and then to at least drag the defense out of there, and he's caught everything that's been thrown to him.
Absolutely agree. Clearly an athlete, made some huge plays this game. I'm sure we'll see more out of him for the rest of the game.
Forest City taking over near side of the field. Bullet pass.
Oh, nice
Hot.
tip by Galen.
Oh, yep. Forest City moving the disc near side of the field. Good cut. Middle of the field now. Far side of the field. Forest City taking over. Deflected up into the hands of the handler. Trying to get some rhythm going. And we have Forest City still. And almost out of reach, but pulled in by the Forest City offensive person for now an 8-5 score in favor of Forest City.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Cumberland being down early in this game with an opportunity to make it 7-6 and instead you're 8-5. That's a 1 versus 3 point spread, and that can be huge going into the late half of this game.
Yeah, Cumberland's just got to kind of, well, it looks like one of the teams took a timeout. So, yeah, Cumberland just needs to, keep that rhythm that they've had going since they were essentially down 3-0, and get a few more turns and, punch it in. Don't make unforced errors.
I'll take this brief break to mention the Lobster Pot. Maine Ultimate, in conjunction with the City of South Portland, Visit Portland, and Maine Sports Commission, is looking to host the Lobster Pot, a 2-day college tournament the weekend of October 21st and 22nd at the Wainwright Fields in South Portland, Maine. 2 days of some really good ultimate, lined fields, tourney food, trainers, discounted hotels, multiple food trucks, a cool tourney central with players lounge and games for you to play, merchandise tents, and live stream games. Check out mainultimate.org for more information.
So Cole, do you have any college eligibility left?
I do have college eligibility left. However, I will not be taking my 5th year at UMaine.
So you will not be playing in the Lobster Pot this year?
I unfortunately will not, but I will say hands down that for all 4 years of my collegiate career was the best tournament I ever went to.
It's a very well-run tournament. Wainwright complex. Usually, what we have last year, 80-something teams, 38, 36 fields. Really well done tournament. So that means you can do the live stream this year if you're...
I don't want to knock my self off here too early, but knocking on some serious wood, Dig Ultimate makes nationals this year, but... We'll see. I would love to stream some games this Lobster Pot. It's always a blast. There will be 2 streamed fields this year, which is huge. There'll be plenty of live stream games. It honestly has become one of the most prestigious and highly attended tournaments in New England. You get multiple D1, D2, or D3 national level teams that go there. It's going to be great. They moved D1 college regionals to the Wainwright Fields this year. It's such a nice field complex. It'll be a great time if you come out.
It's almost like you could have nationals there. I mean, it's such a expansive complex.
We'll see about that. Ohio's got some real estate, but nonetheless, honestly, I'm biased as somebody who's never gone to college nationals, but Lobster Pot might be better than college nationals.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
All right, so coming out of a timeout, we covered what Cumberland needs to do. Now what Forest City, what they need to do if they want to finish off this game is they need to play a little bit smarter. They're getting a little, not exactly panicky with the disc, but they're making some questionable decisions, and they really need to just take a deep breath, take a step, take a beat, and say, all right, I've got this throw. This is the throw I can make.
Yeah,
take those deep shots when they're available, but don't force it.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not in any time crunch yet. That pressure hasn't hit, so they don't. Jackson's been making some huge plays. It's unfortunate he didn't catch, that pass in the end zone last point. You can shake that off, but the controllable things like that forehand throw out of bounds, that's the shot you probably don't need to take at this point in the game. You've got plenty of great handlers, and Jackson's one of them. Trust yourself, trust the process to punch that in, with a series of 10-yard throws. And if that doesn't work, then, or if you're at stall 9, that's when you can take those looks. But I just don't see the need for that break side forehand 40-yard shot to the end zone.
And when all else fails, hammer. And we have a pull.
That's a great pull.
And Cumberland player catches the pull, which I always recommend.
I would like to see Ben set up a little bit farther up the field and more central to get more yards. And Forest City gets a real quick point off of an early turn between Sully and Ben. Just a slightly misthrown pass between Sully and Ben that results in a quick transition 0-point score for Forest City.
So Forest City is now up 9-5. Yeah, and if you noticed right after the first throw, again, that stack was set really deep.
I did notice that. Yep. I mean, so I'll say it, I've said it before, but in a perfect world, I see Sully catching that pole. Ben's already set up maybe 15, maybe 20 if he has the time yards, forward and centered from Sully. Instead, Sully caught it. Ben was only 5 yards in front of Sully, and they, threw probably 3 or 4 quick 5-yard passes and didn't get it to the center of the field. In that time you threw those 3 or 4 passes, you could have thrown that one. Fewer touches, fewer risk of drops. It's not that windy. A 15-yard throw is in both of their wheelhouses. Mm-hmm. And then your stack will have been closer because they sat and they stayed.
Yep.
And maybe they anticipated them getting the disc farther up. I'm not saying that's what the stack should have done, but I don't know. Something to think about if you're those handlers making that centering play.
So Forest City pulls out of bounds. Cumberland will take it in the middle of the field.
I believe the brick mark is, it's 20 yards forward from the front of the end zone in the middle of the field. And this might be the first time today I've seen a team take it where it's supposed to be, not near the front line, which is good. It gave Cumberland a good option. Again, they're electing to take a quick deep shot. We'll see how Forest City responds on their offensive possession.
So they will be taking over at or around their own goal line, far sideline.
Their stack is perfectly spaced right now, both
Yep.
vertically, which is, I think, the challenged part that we've seen out of Cumberland, but also horizontally. They're giving space for that cutter to make a cut to the sideline.
And that was a nice little throw because it was inside, meaning when the defender was outside, meaning the defender would have had to go around the offensive person to get the defense. Really nice job of, tricky little throws like that. Oh, and we have a big throw into the middle of the field. Forest City comes down with it, and they score again.
I don't think it's in yet.
Okay, they haven't scored again.
Wow.
Ooh, and now they scored again.
18 probably should have dropped off the mark there to cover the person in the end zone. I respect him not giving up. It's something that I practice when I play is you don't stop until you know it's scored.
Correct.
And then even then, this saying I play with is you play through the whistle. Mm-hmm. So even if you think it's in, if everybody's not 100% sure, you play until it is 100% sure. And 18 just did that and had a really good opportunity to get the disc back for his team.
Yep. So now it's 10-5 in favor of Forest City. Yeah, that's... that's what I try and tell the kids I coach is when there's a deep throw like that and your person catches it, immediately drop off and help out with whoever's streaking up the field because the person with the disc is no longer a threat. It's that person who's wide open streaking up the field that is the threat.
Well, the other thing, Mike, is if you think they threw that deep shot, 18 came under off of the deepest person. He took a risk. It didn't pay off. They threw the next pass. That disc was held on the goal line for probably 10 seconds before that player decided to call it not in and play. And in those 10 seconds, a Cumberland defender, in fact, probably all 7 of the Cumberland defenders would have had time to get into the end zone to play defense in that confusion time.
Correct.
So if you're on Cumberland, first priority, just hustle down there to settle things. Then once you decide it's not in or it is in, you cannot play. Wow, that was a
questionable decision.
That was a very difficult break throw. Again, Cumberland is really trying to huck it right now, and I'm not sure that they need to with the time left in the game.
Yeah, they need to not panic here. They need to take a deep breath and say, all right, we're down, we're not out. let's play to our strengths here.
Yeah, they have 25-ish minutes left in this game.
And they come up with a good D there.
And that's 5 minutes a point to get back to tied. And that's plenty of time, to play a slow, methodical game.
But those unforced errors. Oh, and we have a deep throw, backhand in. That's out of everyone's reach.
If I'm James Bell too, I was saying with Cumberland, not needing to rush it, especially true for Forest City. Like, you don't need to take that quick shot. That's probably only a 50% shot anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You're just giving it back to Cumberland with more time on the clock. If you burn the next 5 minutes scoring, now you're up one more point and 5 minutes closer to the end of the game.
And making them work on defense.
Yeah.
Nothing is more disheartening than busting your butt on defense, really running hard, and then them still scoring.
Great D by James, though. We'll see if this ends up resulting in a stall or a contested stall. If it is a stall, which it looks like it is, Forest City's going to take over where the disc was stalled, and James Bell will pick up the disc with Benoit on the mark.
Far side of the field, just past midfield. Oh, nice deep cut.
That was
Tough
almost
throw.
a great grab. That is a tough throw. I think Cumberland could do a little better job helping out too. That was a deep cut that was open, and James Bell is going to put it from what we've seen this game. You might, if you're last in the stack as a defender, might consider either switching that or just kind of keeping your eyes open, willing to help drop back if that disc does either get caught or goes up and you can make a play for it on D.
Yeah, and even if you're not last back, if you got wheels, if you're like second to last back and you see that, it's not a bad idea to say, you know what, I'm going to give up the under to help out, to play some help D here.
That is a great offensive possession for Cumberland. We've seen them struggle with stack spacing and just clogging.
Oh, nice throw, but into the teeth of the defense. That is too bad.
Yeah, that was an unforced turn. Definitely not the shot Sully needed to take, but I don't want that to take away from the good point and the good adjustment that, as a team, Cumberland made for that specific drive. We'll see if they have another opportunity here. We'll see if they make the same adjustment.
Oh, so we have a
foul
foul called on a deep throw from Forest City, and it looks like it's going to be contested.
It looks like Cape and South Portland are all wrapped up, so it must have been a fairly quick game, and they're all watching to see who they're going to play in the finals.
Yeah, I would be guessing Cape won, because I don't see a lot of South Portland players hanging around. Oh, good defense by Cumberland there. Oh, nice handler movement there. Another deep shot, just out of reach.
And that's going to be another goal for Forest City, making it 11-5 in a game to 13.
Interesting. Maybe their strategy is just keep taking deep shots till we connect on them. Until we tire out the defense or get them out of position enough.
Oh, that is Cap, so that's going to be the game.
Okay, maybe they didn't have plenty of time to get back into this game.
I thought they were hour and a half rounds, but I guess not.
85 minutes, right? Okay, well, that is the game, and Forest City will be playing, it looks like, perhaps Cape Elizabeth. Very kind of interesting game that was. Cumberland looked really good in spurts and then just really struggled coming off of that bye, I guess.
Their defense was there. They had plenty of opportunities. Their offense, I think, is what turned Cumberland in during that game. But we'll see. If Forest City plays like they did this game, I think Cape is going to play a much more structured defense and have a better, more solid offense on the turn. So we'll see if that huck and play strat works for Forest City. They can play small ball if they need to. We saw that in the first half.
Yep.
They played really well, but we're going to find out next in the men's final.
Yeah, and I can pretty much tell you the types of defense that Cape is going to play. I am one of their coaches, and we're working on a lot of different things this week, including a lot of this switchy clam defense. So we'll see if Forest City can double cut or get those break side cuts open on that, or what's going to happen. So thank you for joining us. This has been Mike Callahan and Cole Moore from New Gloucester Fairgrounds, and we will be back with the boys' final shortly.
Hey, my name is Cole Moore, and I'm here with Henry Babcock, head coach of Cape Ultimate, and we are here at the boys' final. My first question to you is, how are you going to handle James Bell, and what's your plan going into the finals?
Kind of same thing as everything. You know, we don't really put out defenses for specific players, but throw a lot of different looks at people. Make sure, he's a good deep thrower. Make sure he sees people in the lane every time he has the Frisbee. Encourage him to throw sideways and backwards and go from there.
Awesome. And what would be one thing on offense that you would consider a success for this game?
Side-to-side movement. That's like our team all year. Is everything is generated off side-to-side movement. We use that to set up deep shots, gain big yards on unders. When we look best, when we're at our best, we're throwing side-to-side 6-7 times a point. So that's what we're looking for.
Awesome. Thanks, Henry. Good luck.
Thanks, Cole.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 Maine State High School State Finals. This is the boys' final, and I'm joined by Ben Payson, and my name is Cole Moore. We saw Cape Elizabeth last game. They weren't streamed, but they ended up winning over South Portland 13-0, so I'm expecting a hot start for them. We did just watch Forest City beat Cumberland. I believe it was 11-5 final. They came out strong. I think these will be a competitively matched team, or teams for each other. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we saw last game, again, 13-0. Pretty dominant performance from Cape.
As we heard from Henry earlier, Cape's probably going to look to stop James Bell, who, as we saw in the last game, was kind of the driving force for Forest City's offense. James is probably going to look to be touching the disc as much as possible. Here he is on the pull. And I guess here we go.
Good sharp pull to start things off.
Yeah, definitely.
Right to Max.
Yeah, Max Hemian, who caught that or settled that pull, he's probably going to be the dominant handler for Cape.
Big shot from Hakey. Looking for Joe. Oh, almost reeled in.
That's a great look. Joe was wide open. Great throw. Barely missed. Maybe on a dry day he hauls that one in. But if you're, I mean, that was a nicely timed cut. If you're Forest City, you're going to have to, you know, get your head up if you're in the back of the stack to help off on defense.
Cape looks like they're starting in more of a man set. Oh, and there's a turn.
That's an uncharacteristic drop from James. That's a gift for Cape.
Ooh, good open side cut.
And Cape's going to have no problem scoring that one.
Cape punches first. 1-0. That last point looked a little bit more of a man defensive set from Cape, again, as I was getting to. The game previous against South Portland, they played more of a clam set, which, if you're new, is man on the handlers and then junk on the downfield cutters, which seemed to be pretty effective. But we'll see if they stay in this man set or if they transition over or switch between the two.
Yeah, Ben, do you know who number 2 on the line for Cape is right now with the disc? Number 1, I guess.
Yes, that's Brian. Number 2 is Brian. Oh, on the line?
Yeah.
That's Hakey with the disc.
Who is it?
Hakey.
Who?
Hakey.
Hakey?
Yeah.
How do you spell that? All right, Hakey. I mean, that was a great throw during that point. Would you expect to see him around the disc a lot this game?
He's a very good thrower. I don't think he goes into the downfield too often, but we did see him get centered to by Max, so I wouldn't be surprised if they use him a little bit more than last game. Hakey again on the pull.
Man of my own heart.
Lands in bounds.
That is
out.
a great pull. That's going to
pull.
be trapped on the front cone. That's exactly where Cape wants him on defense.
It's going to be extra tough to get it off that sideline as the wind is blowing straight across.
This is one thing we haven't seen out of a lot of the other teams. How far off Cape is playing defensively in the stack. Each of those defenders is, 10 plus feet sagging into the lane, and it gives them a lot more time to react to those cuts before they happen. It looks like we're seeing the clam that Cape was running right there.
Owen with a nice little block, little approach block. Commands the D-line.
That's a good mark by South or Forest
Charlie
City.
with a nice inside.
Yep. James is going to look to quickly fire it here. That's a nice throw.
Great
Can he
throw.
get there? Oh! Almost. That was a phenomenal attempt.
Good bid, good bid.
We're probably going to see a lot of that this game from James and Forest City. It seems like their depth isn't quite toe-to-toe with Cape, and if they get an open, quick opportunity, they're probably going to take it.
Charlie finding Hakey on a nice poach lane. Hakey with a deep shot. Over to Jackson. Ooh.
That's not a bad look. It hung up a little bit longer than he probably wanted it to, but that's still a good look.
Not a bad look at all.
It looks like Cape's going back into their clam now. Clam is essentially playing person-to-person defense on the handlers, trying to make those handlers have a difficult time, and playing zone on the downfield cutters, which junks up both, the strong side and break side lanes. It is very difficult to beat. If you're Forest City, things you got to do to beat this clam: probably cycle your handlers and cutters. So move downfield into the cutting space, hopefully draw one of those handler defenders with you, and move a cutter into the handler space where ideally one of those poached defenders won't follow.
Good grab by Joe.
And then as with any zone, you gotta, double cut the unders on whatever side
Brody to Joe.
the poach is.
Ooh, good
Nice defense by Forest City. Great D by
Great
Cape.
layout D by Charlie.
They wanted a quick score. That was a great pump fake by Hickey.
Over to Owen. There it is. Cape up, 2-0. Owen to Charlie for the score.
That was a great D.
Great D. Fun game so far. Looks like Cape's been doing a pretty good job on defense. Only a couple passes, a little bit slower movement for Forest City, but looking to connect on some of those deep shots, and I think they will.
Absolutely. I mean, without you taking out the quick look opportunities for a Huck, and you're just looking at patient offense, the only way Forest City is going to pull this game out is if they come up with a solution to beat this clam that Henry and Cape Elizabeth have formulated. I mean, South Portland is a phenomenal team. We saw them dominant over Falmouth earlier today, and to lose 13-0 against Cape in the previous round, that shows a lot of effectiveness of that clam. And I talked with Henry before the game, even before that interview, and he said clam was all the credit for that game. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a similar demise here to Forest City unless they find an answer.
We got Charlie on the pole.
Cape is also being coached by Tommy Stoughton, Jack Sands, who is an alum of Cape, Stuart Kelly, who is an alum of Cape. And once again, Forest City is going to be coached by Alberto Morales, John Gilbert, and Alex Posey.
Good pull by Charlie. Looks like Cape throwing the clam again. Let's see how Forest City can respond.
It certainly is making Forest City have a hard time. They're going to elect to shoot it again. That's a great ball.
Wow, what a grab.
Nice grab. Good fake. That's a great fake.
And that's a goal.
Something so small as a tiny little fake can get that defender to bite. Be the difference between you scoring in one throw or turning it over on the goal line.
Again, we've kind of seen the same progression. Cape doing a good job on the downfield cutters, really kind of clogging up the lane, forcing a deep throw. We saw that this point and the point before. So we'll see if Forest City can connect. I think that'll really be a big factor to if they win this game and pull it out.
Certainly. A lot of players on this team at this level are playing youth club. Our seniors are going to be playing for colleges soon. One great tournament is Vacation Land. It's a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate with the assistance of Visit Portland and the Maine Sports Commission in the city of South Portland. The tournament will take place the weekend of August 5th and 6th at the Wainwright Complex in South Portland, Maine. We're going to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed, and we'd love to see you there. Why Vacation Land? Well, that's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate online fields with easy access to trainers, golf carts to take you to your next game, an amazing tourney central, food trucks galore, porta potties at every field and clean before Saturday and Sunday play, a pretty cool trophy for the winning teams, native water at every field, and whatever else we can come up with. Check it out at mainultimate.org for more information. Looks like James Bell is going to be on the pole again for Forest City, looking to get a break and tie it up at 2s.
Be curious to see what set they come down in. Will it be traditional person or will they throw something different?
Well, it's going out of bounds, so they would have plenty of time to set up a zone look. Last game they threw only person, so I am expecting to see a tight person matchup, which can work well for them against this pretty deep, Cape offense, and it looks like that's what they'll be doing.
Yeah.
They've had success getting turnovers, forcing deep throws, if I'm Forest City, I probably want to force them to keep taking those deep shots. And they're going to go for
Max
it,
puts it up.
and it will result in another turn. This is going to be a good matchup. We got Max Hemian on James Bell. Those two are competitors, teammates in other ultimate scenes, and they're going to be an exciting matchup to watch.
Solid person defense by Forest City, really causing Cape to go through all the looks.
Absolutely. You know, if you're going to give Cape a score, and I'm not saying they are, but make it hard on them, and that's what they're doing. It tires them out for the rest of the game. You know, you need your O-line strong.
Yep.
If you're not, you're going to struggle for the next hour of the game, and they're certainly making them work early. Nice around throw.
Maybe a pick called on the field.
I think Alberto might have called that one from the sideline. Which is not allowed, but you hear it, you stop it. It's a good thing they stopped to make sure it didn't actually happen. They want the disc in Max's hand. He's probably going to be the primary distributor. Nice D. That's a great D. James Bell is going to look to fire quick here.
And it's up.
That's a great shot. I think the cutter stopped early thinking it wasn't coming up, but...
Slight miscommunication. I do like the look, though. The fast break option seems to be really good, especially when Cape is throwing a junk set like this.
Hey, no inside, Tim! No inside! Jimmy! Honest! Seal it!
Great around.
Inside! Watch! Keep working, Tim! Keep working, Tim! Inside, Tim! No inside! Oh!
That's another deep shot. You know, Forest City needs to keep forcing those deep shots. We still have yet to see him connect. I think they got one earlier this game, but, you know, it's working well for them. Jimmy's going to quickly fire again. That's a great shot.
That's a great put.
I think he might have thought the defender was going to get there, but I don't mind these looks by Jimmy.
Huge under by Wyatt.
That's a great cut.
Looks like it's going up again. Hakey Abu for the score.
That's a good toss. If you're Forest City, that's kind of a win on defense. You had plenty of opportunities. You know, Cape Elizabeth capitalized it when they gave the disc up, but you know, that's a great offensive drive for that last point for Cape Elizabeth. James Bell on Forest City talking to his teammate saying he needs more deep cuts.
He's had some nice shots so far.
He absolutely has. I mean, if nothing else, that makes the motive clear. They will be looking to make quick shots deep, especially off quick turns. I think off of a quick turn, that's great. If the shot's there, take it.
Agreed.
You know, Cape's going to be a tough defense to beat without making those big plays, but I'll be curious to see, you know, how they do it walking it up the field. We haven't really seen that approach yet on offense for Forest City. Looks like Stewart and Jack Sands are going to try and formulate or fine-tune the defense for Cape.
Hakey back with a pull for Cape.
Fun fact, me and Ben Payson, my fellow commentator, were in this very game probably 4 or 5 years ago today.
That is true, that is true.
Cape was running the same defense against my Cumberland Ultimate team, and we went on to lose the finals 15-3.
was a good year for Cape, I have to say. Jimmy with another deep shot. Again, great shot. See if he can reel it in. Good coverage by Charlie.
That was
Looks
a
like
great
Cape.
looking throw. I'm not sure if that was the shot for Jimmy on that play. Cape's gonna fire back. Looks like
But Owen completely unguarded.
Looks
Not
like
sure what happened
Forest
there.
City lost track of him. Good fake.
Hakey with the scooper to the middle.
I like that pause for a couple seconds to let their offense set up. Still not as clean as it could be, but that's a nice grab. It gave him time to make space for that cut.
Charlie to Hakey with a great grab in the end zone.
He's proving to be their main guy.
He is. Hakey has been dominant so far this game. Dominant in the backfield, on defense, playing really well. Again, we saw James Bell shoot it. See if they can connect.
Berto's going to try and orchestrate something for Forest City's offense here. They're still in the game. It's 4-1. They've had plenty of opportunities to score. Now it's just fine-tuning those offensive possessions and seeing if they can convert on more of them.
Agreed. Really valuing the disc here. Looks like Charlie again on the pull.
Looks like Cape's talking over their three-person defense on the handlers and where they're going to position their bodies at this point to cause Forest City more trouble in the handler space.
Cape again throwing their clam. Really containing the downfield, forcing Forest City to go through their handlers. Good cut by Jimmy.
You know, Forest City's handlers are going step for step. I wouldn't mind seeing those cutters take a step off and having a 3v3 dominator run against those three handler defenders.
I would agree. We saw a little bit of that right there.
I know, it looked good. You know, if those cutters take one or two extra steps back, it gives a little more space for forward progression for those handlers to work. That's a great break throw. Just slips out of his hands, but that is a great break throw.
Forest City with a chance. Right down the middle. That's a goal.
Forest City gets it. 4-2, Cape over Forest City.
Got ourselves a game.
Standing wave, high side, Magic Falls, the Sisters, Big Mama. Are these new offensive or defensive sets? Come find out as Maine Ultimate presents Ultimate on the River, a 2-day adventure on the Kennebec River. On Saturday, June 17th, Maine Ultimate will be hosting a 4v4 hat tournament in Bingham, Maine. Participants will get at least 4 games of Ultimate, a tournament-specific shirt, lunch, access to trainers, and a really good time. Sunday puts us on the mighty Kennebec River, where you'll be put right below the Harris Station with the same hat team from the previous day, and you'll get the ride of your life. I've been told the river ride ain't no Disney trip. You'll experience a class 2 to 4 rapids with about 5,000 CFS pushing you down the river. Little Taster, the Rock Garden, Big Mama, and Magic Falls, just a few of the waves you'll experience. Check out mainultimate.org for more information.
Sounds like a good time.
It sure does to me. I have once rafted the Kennebec, and it was a very good time.
How'd it go?
It was good. It got very wet. It felt very good in the summer.
That's awesome.
The only thing that would make it better is Ultimate. That's a great pull from Forest City.
Max catching the pole, centering to Hakey. Hakey with the deep shot, looking for Grant. Oh, almost.
That's a good shot. That throw went up before the offender was past the last in the stack on defense, but that receiver proving to blow by that last back and almost got hands on the disc for a score. James is going to pick up on offense. We'll see if Cape sets up in the same clam. They're looking like they're playing person, but sometimes they do that and snap into clam.
Yeah, it's looking a little poachy person right now.
Yep, that will end up being a clam.
Oh, floaty pass. Nicely reeled in by Forest City. Jimmy with the disc. Good under.
Great deep opportunity here.
Great inside.
Good patience, good patience. I love this breath that Forest City just took. That was a great opportunity for Forest City. Unfortunately, it didn't connect.
That was a great possession. Again, one that we did not see a deep shot, and they seemed to work it up the field very well. Be curious to see if they continue to do that or they go back to taking some more deep shots.
Definitely something to think about if you're Forest City.
For sure. Good cut by Grant. Grant to the end zone. Looking for Sam Ludington. Great grab.
That was a good choice. Receiver had steps on the defender, didn't hang too long. That was a great throw.
Good shot too.
You want your jerseys back? And discs?
You can just give them to Ryan, and he'll bring them to the next. If he wants them, I'll give them to Justin if we're there. And that'll make it 5-2 Cape over Forest City. I wish it were Cumberland. I'm a little biased in that department.
The rain has seemed to subside, which makes the players and the fans much more happy. We had some pretty grim conditions, I'd say, for the past couple hours.
My goodness, Ben, I was shaking in my boots game 1 and 2.
Oh my goodness.
No, the wind is significantly less than it was earlier. The rain, non-existent. Sun's trying to peek out here and there. The
Turned
weather
into a solid day, I'd have to say.
You know what? I would say it has.
Charlie on the pull. James picking up. Ooh, slight miscommunication. Causes Cape to have a short field. Chance for the break.
This is just that defensive focus that Forest City might be slipping a little bit. Cape had a long time of an unguarded player there, which gave them an extra, essentially cut their field in half from where they picked the disc up.
Yeah.
They seem to have no problem locking now. Good D, James. A little miscommunication, but also a good D.
Could be a deep shot up. Great body. Ooh.
Sending James downfield is something we haven't seen yet really at all today. And I think that could be a switch up that might help them.
I would agree.
I was just going to say we haven't seen anybody else show that they have the throws to connect on that deep shot. Knowing they have that changes the game a little bit.
Yeah. He's big body, good hands, smart decisions. Could be very viable sending him downfield.
It's 5-3 now. Cape's up. Forest City with 3. Forest City gets their first chance at a break starting on defense they've had in a while. We'll see what they come out in. I assume they're going to come out in a person matching set, defensive set.
Great pull. Good hang time on that.
That is a good pull. It's got lots of hang time, and the defense was quick to hustle down there.
Oh, great inside. Good layup by Abu.
That was a great layout. It can be scary laying out. Sometimes if you go for that clap catch, when your elbow hits the ground, it, shakes the disc loose out of your hands, and
oh yeah,
that seemed to be what happened. But no worries, because Cape gets it back.
Grant cutting deep. Forest City doing a nice job on the cutter defenders, really forcing Cape to go through the handler set.
Yeah, we've seen Cape with really good spacing here this game, but it seems like Cape is both a little deep and a little close to the strong sideline here during this possession. And now they might be a little too close. I don't know. What are you doing was called by Cape. It seems like Forest City might be causing a little bit of trouble on defense for them. Good defense, Forest City.
Hakey and Max really dominating, it seems like. Hakey, end zone for Grant. That's a score.
That was a nicely timed and good cut to the end zone by Cape.
Great defense by Forest City, though, really causing a lot of throws. Seemed like Cape was kind of flustered there for a little while. But pushing through. Cape has a chance here to break for half. Half is at 17 and games go to 13. Or half is at 7, not 17.
I'm guessing, I didn't hear the full conversation between Henry and the team, but I'm guessing they're focusing on limiting the deep shots to and from James. He seems to be their lifeline right now in the game. They're probably going to stick with that clam. It's working well, with the emphasis probably on being flat when James has the disc and trying to force the disc into other players' hands on Forest City.
Yep, I would agree. I think keeping it away from James would be a smart decision for Cape.
We're going to see a chicken wing pull from Cape. Haven't seen one of those probably ever in a finals game of high school, boys.
Does look like Cape is throwing the clam again. Shot to the middle.
That's a great shot.
Great shot. That was a great score.
Great possession by Forest City.
Yeah.
Once they got it over the top, they moved it quick before the defense could set.
Just what I was about to say, Cole. Stole it right from my mouth. The quick movement really didn't let Cape set up at all. And you could see multiple people were open almost at all times, really allowing an easy score. I think quick movement, especially against the junk set, is super beneficial for the offense.
Hey, Ben, did you know Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Mueller?
I can't say I did.
Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport. We think good vibes matter in today's crazy world, and that's why Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corporation. Revision Energy's mission is to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, so please be in touch to learn how we can help you save money and reduce your carbon footprint.
That is awesome.
It is. They've been supporting Maine Ultimate for a number of years now. I remember at tournaments I've been to, seeing the Revision truck to charge phones for players and families on the sideline. They seem like a really good group. Back to the game. Like you said, Cape's looking to take half here. It's currently 6-4 with Cape up. Half, I believe, is to 7. Yeah, Cape's going to be an O-line. We'll see if they can get it done or if Forest City strikes back with a break.
This would be a big break for Forest City.
Yeah, there's a big difference between 7-4 going into half and 6-5 with an opportunity to tie it. Great pull, tipped by Max. They're going to have to take it in the end zone.
Nice fakes by Max.
It looks like Forest City might be playing Forest Middle here.
It does, it does.
Oh, I just heard Forest Home, so it might be maybe the Forest. Okay, so maybe the coaches are, going back and forth with Forest here, but as of right now, it is looking like a Forest Middle, intentional or not.
Grant again to the end zone. We've seen him multiple times standing with the disc in the end zone.
Cape's going to take half, 7-4. It's tough because that would have been a very timely and needed break for Forest City, and it seems like the force was unclear and may have gotten the better of them during that point.
Would say so. I do have to say, though, a 3-point lead in Ultimate is, I've heard, the most dangerous lead to have. So
Is it? I may have heard that too.
So check back in.
Anyway, we're going into half, 7-4, Cape's up. Welcome back. I'm Cole. We're starting the second half of this boys final, and I'm joined by Alberto Morales. My first question to you is, what changes are you going to make in the second half to hopefully come back with a win?
I think we're messing around with the mark. We tried force middle. I think we're going to keep doing things like that, maybe a little other junk. They seem pretty locked in on their typical vertical offense where they're just flowing, so we just got to try to make them think.
Awesome. And if you aren't successful in that, what's one takeaway, either on offense or defense, that you would consider a win in the second half?
I think fundamentals. We haven't been holding the mark as well as we should. We've been having some coverage breakdowns where we let people go deep that is just giving them freebies, and you can't do that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and good luck.
All right, thank you.
Poll's about to go up in the second half. Cape will be pulling to Forest City, and they're currently up 7-4.
Yeah, looking for an exciting second half. Heikki will start us with the poll.
I really like that pull by Hakes. Or Heikki. Heikki?
There it is.
Heikki. I'm new to this sport.
Big
What
jump
can I say?
ball. Wow.
Great grab by James. Cape is going to say they tied to the catch. We'll see what they settle on.
And ultimate, if two players do catch it at the same time, the tie does go to the offense.
It looks like they will keep possession, so either a tie or James came down with it first. This is great patient offense from Forest City. Nice quick goal from Forest City. That's great out of half.
That's a great first possession. Game is again within 2.
It's cool seeing such good sportsmanship between these two teams, even though they're both want to win this game. A lot of these guys play together on the same team, during the summer, whether it's with YCCs, Youth Summer League, which Maine Ultimate hosts. They have Adult Summer League. Some of those guys are playing in Adult Summer League. So many opportunities for these people to play together on and off the same field against each other, whether it's in high school, club, or Summer League.
Even summer camps. I mean, my fellow commentator right here was my counselor for a while. I remember he skied me with dinosaur arms, and I was pretty distraught after that.
That is true. I'm pretty sure. There are definitely a couple people out here that I recognize from Maine Ultimate Camp. That was such a great experience.
Great times,
I got the opportunity to run it with Evie Clement this past year, and it was cool to go from, a lot of my friends being campers to being a counselor, which a lot of these, players will have the opportunity to do soon, and then go and run it, and seeing the transformation from, these kids as campers to, competitive players here in the men's final is super cool. Max is going to get the disc center too. I wouldn't be surprised if Cape ran some pull play and they just ran a zipper off the back.
Wow.
Disc goes up. Forest City gets the block.
This would be a big break to bring the game within 1.
Come on, in the stack. Active. Don't fight him under.
Looking
That's
deep.
a huge shot
for
to
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Oh, that sounded like it hit all nails. I don't mind this. I like this adjustment they've made, sending Jimmy downfield rather than in the handler space. Cape planned for Jimmy to be a handler, and by making that change up, it not only makes it harder for Cape to contain him, but also he's probably one of their best shots at receiving a deep ball. It looks like Cape is back in person with maybe just a lane poach here or there. And it'll work. Forest City drops that disc.
Just keep it away. Keep it away. Away all the way. Get it back. Still away. Up.
Through the hands of Cape offender, giving Forest City a huge chance at a break here. Jimmy's going to put it deep. Oh my goodness, that's a huge bid.
Big layout.
That was a good shot.
Good shot, good cut. See if Cape can pull it together on this possession.
I heard Alex Posey, one of the coaches of Forest City, saying, oh, that's the poach. I was going to say the same thing. I'd love to see Forest City be a little more heads up towards the front of the stack and maybe, get one of those front of the stack defenders out into the lane to help that undercut from the back sooner. It ended up being a turnover, but that was a great opportunity for Cape to get yards. Quick little break due to a brief injury call on contact, but everybody will stay on the field and Forest City will tap it in. That is a much needed and timely goal for Forest City.
That's a huge break.
I thought that was 7-6, but I guess.
I did.
Oh, it
I
is
also
7-6.
did.
All right. I guess it was just a funky looking 5. And we're within 1 of a tie game. Cape is still up 7-6. Forest City has made quite a comeback from 3-0, I believe it was.
As I was saying, 3-point lead, most dangerous one in all time.
You know what? I said I knew that, but I guess now I really know that, and I'm not just saying it. Jack Sands is going to go, and Stewart are going to go try and right the Cape O-line ship. They're getting plenty of good looks. That last underthrow I think was just an unfortunate drop. Those will happen. Both teams will get those. I don't think they need to overthink this offensive drive because what they're doing is working. It's just uncontrollable errors right now.
Agreed. I think they need to take a deep breath on the line, focus in, continue what they're doing, making smart, good decisions. I think it'll show.
Jack Sands coaching Cape mentioning that clearing from the deep space is going to be a key to success for this drive. We'll
Big
see if
pull
he's
by
right
Jimmy.
and if they connect on one. Center to Charlie and back to Max.
Big shot from Charlie. Oh, and 2 Cape players caught the disc. That's Joe and Hakey.
They're going to call it in.
It's gonna be.
I thought that disc went up a little bit late. He wanted to throw the forehand, got cut off, went for the backhand, but they had 2 big Cape receivers there to haul it down, and it worked. 8-6, Cape
See Hakey
over.
flexing for the camera.
Gotta respect that.
Love it, love it.
I think Forest City is okay with that shot, allowing that anyway on defense. They had 2 defenders there. They had an opportunity to get the D. They didn't get it, but opportunities is what they need. And, you know, some are going to go their way, some aren't. But as long as they have the opportunities, they're still in the game.
Yeah.
It's a long point, long in between of points. It sounds like Cape was doing some individual matchup direction, and now it seems like Forest City is trying to address those changes to the individuals on their line. We'll see how these things shake out.
Charlie on the pole.
I am such a fan of those blading pulls. They're so hard to settle. They take time to pick up, maybe even warp the disc a little bit.
Quite intimidating.
That disc is definitely warped. Berto instructing his team to keep the disc moving. Couldn't agree more.
No problem for Forest City, looking like they're moving it side to side with ease. Scuba over the middle.
And that scuba was a good little break they needed. I feel like they were getting a little bit top heavy, or like front of the stack heavy. They connect on a hammer. Nice shot by Jimmy.
Great catch too.
That'll be 8-7. Forest City, you know, they were down early. They are staying in this game, answering every shot by Cape.
Forest City seems to have gained a nice amount of momentum here. Really key in games like this.
Yeah, game 4. I mean, this is game 3 for them, but they've been here for 4 rounds. It's been cold, wet. It's tough to keep your morale high and your energy where it needs to be.
Staying positive is huge.
Yeah, especially when you came from a much tighter game. I mean, Cape had a quick round right before this, got plenty of time to rest, get warm. If you're Forest City, you probably think you're coming in as the underdog. And it never helps to have the mentality that you're the underdog, you know? I mean, I guess some people get fired up by that, but if you consider yourself at a disadvantage from the start,
that is true.
You're not gonna play to the level you need to. And I think these guys are slowly realizing as they get more and more in this game that winning this game is more and more achievable, and they're playing more confident, you know, as a result of that.
Big pull, landing out of bounds. Cape will take it at the brick mark.
Sometimes I think pulling out of bounds is disadvantageous to the offense because it allows the defense to set, but in Cape's case, they're so good at pull plays, and I almost think it plays into their hand. Nice D. Great D by Jimmy.
Big hand block.
That's huge. That was a huge D by Jimmy.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. That is so tough. That was such a good opportunity for Forest City to tie the game at 8s. Just a drop in the end zone.
Good hit by Max.
And that's what I mean. That could be just the pressure of knowing that if you score that, it's a tie game. You overthink simple things such as catching. Let's see if Jimmy can get another hand on a throw here.
Forest City really clogging up the cutter space.
Work, Henry, work, Henry. Hey, it's home.
Cape doing a good job being patient, though.
Cape's getting a lot of good undercuts here.
Looking to swing.
Forest City coaches making a huge emphasis on the force being home. It looks like they've kept it the whole time, but they really don't want to get broken to this forehand side.
It's the toughest way to be broken, honestly.
Although they are now forcing away now that I say that. I wonder if they're forcing middle this time or not.
Hopefully they all know.
That's a great
hit
shot.
From Max to Hakey in the end zone.
Man, that is unfortunate for Forest City. What a great opportunity to tie the game.
Good patient offense from Cape, too.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, both teams started this game with quick-fired shots several times a point, almost each point, and they've both become better.
They really have. They really have.
They're taking their time to walk the disc up the field. Now that all that adrenaline's worn down, the excitement.
Looks like Cape may be throwing a force middle set. Overheard from Henry trying to coach them.
Yeah, FM is great. The key to beating FM, if you're Forest City, is keeping the disc in the middle of the field. The farther you swing it out to one side or the other, the more emphasized the force becomes. It becomes easier for those defenders in the stack to adjust and position themselves. Whereas if you keep it in the middle of the field and the defense is forced to continue to switch their force, players are going to get confused. They're going to be out of position. They have significantly less time to orbit their bodies or reposition themselves on defense once the disc swings.
It's almost impossible to guard a cutter, force middle, right in the middle of the stack, because they can pretty much go either way. Good pull by Hakey. Ooh, nice inside shot. Bobbled by Forest City. Case picking up with about half the field to go.
Looks like Jimmy got a piece of that. It's going to work.
There. That's a big break for Cape.
And another tough break for Forest City. I mean, don't get me wrong. That was a great put. I think Jimmy feels like he was owed that. He got a hand on that throw.
He did. He has been very good on the mark.
He has been.
He's a big mark, scary mark.
Got to give props to Forest City here. They're giving Cape a far better game than my high school ever could. Mr. Jack Sands, coach of Cape Ultimate.
Adorable.
Great guy.
Adorable.
Great guy. Great disc golfer.
I don't know about that, but.
That is true. I did take 2 of his CTPs last week at Pineland Summer League. Anyway, pulls up from Cape. Forest City's going to have to take it on the sideline.
Could have landed out of bounds, not entirely sure.
It might have, based on Max's
It looks
positioning.
like it landed in. Love those rollers out of bounds if you're the defense. Gives you time to set up, and on the sidelines, just a difficult position to be in. But Forest City has no problem getting it to the middle.
That's good. That's a good habit to have.
Always.
If you're trapped on the sideline, 1 second tops looking downfield and then get it to the middle.
Big D by Sam Wellington. This would be huge for Cape's energy and momentum if they get this break.
Cape is looking, at least in the handler space, a lot more patient. You know, Max's energy kind of drives the energy of the field. He's taking his time, which is good. It allows Cape to, like, take more time to think about each throw and each cut.
A tight window on that shot.
It was. Max was hoping for a couple more cutters from the stack. He didn't get any. Forced into a high stall throw. And Forest City takes over on offense.
Pick called on the field. See if it affects. Looks like it did not affect.
Jimmy's got to be running out of steam towards the end of this game. He's played at every point from what I can remember, and he's, you know, been one of the primary cutters in each of these possessions. And he's going to launch
Big
another
shot.
backhand.
Ooh, it looks like it might be a bit too far.
That's a beautiful shot. You know, all things aside, just looking at the shape of that throw and where it landed, it was a great throw. And I think Jimmy wants more of his teammates, especially at this point in the game, to just cut and have faith that he's going to hit them.
Agreed.
Quick turn by Cape.
Forest City with the short field.
Daniel, more space. Daniel, more space.
Coach Henry wants Cape to force him hard home the entire rest of this point. They're going to run Dominator and try to score with just those three handlers.
Oh.
That was
Big D by Joe.
That was a great D. That
Good
was
heads-up play.
Maybe a forced shot. Looked like he came out of the hand real quick, like Jimmy was trying to sneak one in. It's not quite a big enough window.
Great defense by Jimmy.
Close D, close to a D. This is good patient offense. They're getting one cutter at a time. Unfortunate drop, but the looks are there. Again, we're not seeing that poach from the stack that I think Alberto wants to see out of his Forest City team.
Unfortunate turn.
Yeah, they really want that disc in Jimmy's hands. That was like a quick bump to the center just to reset the stall, and they were looking to get it right back to Jimmy.
Floaty throw. Joe coming down with it for the Cape score. Making it 11-7. Cape really has had some good momentum so far.
Well, Ben, you know what the most dangerous lead in Ultimate is?
What is it, 4 points?
4-point lead.
You heard it here first. This game is absolutely not over, though. Cape should not let up the pressure, and Cumberland City should not be too down.
I can assure you, Cape will not be letting up on the pressure. They want this very bad. Henry Babcock is one of the most competitive people I know, and a lot of his players are as well. They're going to continue the FM. They've got 2 points in a game to 13 for them to win it. Cape's going to hope to go 2-0 in this 2-point series and win it 11-7, and Forest City's going to do their best to not let that happen. The wind is picking up in these last few minutes of the game.
Looks like we could be starting to get some rain here too, which would make things a little bit interesting.
Perfect. Just like they say, most dangerous game, lead, and ultimate. 4 points.
There it is.
With a hint of rain and wind. That's going to be a great pull.
Big pull by Hakey. See if it stays in bounds.
It will not.
Ton of hang time, though.
Former Cape alum Justin Strout going for the roof. Didn't get it, though.
6'3" menace.
Jimmy Bell going to take the disc on the side, or I guess in the center of the field for Forest City. I'm surprised they're forcing home here.
Wow, quick movement.
I know Jimmy has a nice flick, but I'm thinking that backhand, especially with the wind, is an easier throw for most of the other players on the field.
Shot to the end zone.
That was a good look. Player was open. Throw was there, no mark. Didn't quite execute the way he wanted it, but that's a good look.
Could be that wind picking up.
It could be.
Any part of the underside to the crossy wind, it's gonna soar high.
They're both forehand right now. It's not gonna work.
High stall. Good bailout by Charlie.
Charlie is your thrower. Good.
Cape's going to be okay with playing slow, small ball here. They're up 4 points. Probably not a ton of time left in the game. They're going to try and drain time off the clock and end it with a score.
Charlie looking for Owen deep. Doesn't connect.
Yeah, I think Cape probably could have held on to that disc.
Yeah, I would agree. Cutter was a little bit too far downfield.
And they have no reason to be taking those shots at this point.
Jimmy to pick up. Taking a shot. Hakey coming down with it for the D. Rain definitely starting to pick up along with the wind. Charlie with attempt number 2 to Wyatt. Great shot.
It's gonna work.
Great shot by Charlie to bring Cape within 1 of the state championship.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
That is the saying.
That is the saying.
I have to say I'm loving this Cape flag with the on the hockey stick. I think it's great.
Cape can taste it. It seems like Forest City has fallen into the slump of facing elimination here.
Tough slump to get out of.
Yep.
I think in situations like this, if I were Forest City, I would just be saying 1 point at a time, because that's really all that you can control.
Absolutely. I would love to see it, Forest City get one more point. We interviewed Burrow at halftime. Like, what would be the small win if you don't come out on top at the end of the game? I think to his point, if they can score one more point, like you said, take it 1 point at a time. If they win this point, I'd be happy ending the game.
Big pull from Charlie.
Knowing that they didn't give up, they played hard, and even if they make corrections, even if it's too late, just showing that you made corrections or you made improvement through the game would be considered a win, I'm sure, for the Forest City team and coaches.
Cape sideline with a lot of talk, really trying to boost the energy up for this supposed possible last point. Big hammer.
Oh, big collision.
A lot of contact. No foul called though, so Cape will pick up the disc.
I think that's the right call. Anytime you get a 50-50 ball like that, it's difficult to justify a foul being called.
Agreed. It's tough to call a foul on a pile-up.
Nice underpass from Max.
Grab.
Good continuation. Another good continuation. Good defense on the handler.
Max to the end zone. Joe not quite in. Scuba to Max.
And that is it. Cape is your 2023 high school boys state champion.
Final score 13-7 over Forest City. Great game by both teams, but Cape will come down with it, continuing their streak.
Yeah, congrats, Cape. Thanks again to Maine Ultimate for making this possible. And thanks for viewing.